only 35 minutes late. It's cool. It's chill. All right. Rifts in Reality, session 12, guys. Session 12. All right. Let's jump into this. Our brave adventurers returned to Singorn after defeating the Aboleth, a bit defeated themselves, in spite of the mission technically being a success. You know, with the dead Mohandas and all. Eleanor branches off, apparently intent on making use of the teeth collected from the Aboleth you slayed. While she did not agree with the use of necromancy to bring your friend back, she did not stop you. Valia read through Mohandas's journal, bringing back some memories that were once pleasant, now beginning to turn a bit towards the bitter. Amongst everyone's connections, you all agreed that the most likely candidate for the resurrection performing thing is the prelate of academia at the Temple of the Moonweaver, Vero Moonlight, Adenor's father. No big deal. Though he wasn't willing to perform the resurrection himself, he was able to direct the group to someone who could. However, in learning this, Nora also learned that her father was not born in Singorn, but in Lyrangorn, the elven city to the north. Around when he began his search for enlightenment, it brought him to a commune in the Stormcrest Mountains called Vrethikan. She also learned that after he left Vrethikan and came to Singorn, he forged his citizenship papers so he could marry his love. With a natural 20 in persuading him, he provided a map and helped charter a boat to take you up the Tundrun River into the Stormcrest Mountains to the crossing to the commune of Vrethikan. And that is where we begin today. The night previously, you took part in a ritual, a resurrection, conducted by Mother Sapphielle, the seemingly leader of the commune here at Vrethikan, a place where lost souls can come to be found. It's got some interesting vibes, some interesting people, vaguely familiar to some, though Ari doesn't quite remember why or how it feels familiar. But the resurrection was completed and it was successful. So you have rested for the evening, some having some conversations a little bit later into the evening, and some immediately bedding down for the night. But you all rise with the sun. It's a new day. Mohandas is alive, and you are all in the house of Mother Sapphielle. Karen, do you have any? Actually, before you peace out, I'm gonna have you roll. Oh, I have inspiration for people. I almost forgot, man. I would have been so annoyed if I forgot. Nora, inspiration for the conversation with your dad, in convincing him that the life of Mohandas was worth risking your citizenship. And Valia, inspiration for our little one-on-one that we had. So Eleanor, I am going to have you roll. I believe it is going to be 12 days that you will have had to work on these daggers. So I'm going to have you roll, and I will let you know how many you finish.
What do I, what am I rolling? Like, what specific thing?
You are going to be rolling a dexterity check. and then I'll have you roll a dexterity check, and should have you roll something else. Hold on, let me grab your sheet. Oh crap, where's my binder? My binder is missing. That's interesting. Very interesting. Actually, give me 0.2. My binder is not where it should be. I think I might have left it in the car. So I will BRB. Go ahead and roll me that first dexterity check.
You're muted. You're muted, Ari.
Do we know who Elios is? He's in my notes as having been dismissed, but was he just like some random dude who was showing us in or something?
Elios?
Elios?
How do you spell it?
Ellios. I think I probably didn't ask though for that spelling. I think that was just me spelling it how it sounded.
For who?
17.
Just someone in my notes named Elios. He was dismissed.
Oh, Ilios.
Elios. That's it.
She was the girl who initially greeted you upon entering.
Gotcha. Okay. She was the sunflower girl, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, called the Sunflower. It seems that everyone here is given a name upon entering, and it has some sort of meaning behind it.
I forgot to pick up my books today. I can do that tomorrow.
Go do it right now, Karen.
The bookstore's closed.
The only reason you won't go.
Well, then the 25-minute walk. Oh, and this. Yeah, that's it.
I took the dogs for a walk, and I could feel the dog owner energy come over me, and I was like, I get it. I get why people like dogs.
I'm happy for you. Okay, so for this first one, Eleanor, you rolled a 17.
Yes. Also, what's the name of this session? I can't see the full title.
That's because it doesn't have one.
Wait, it's just the one.
She normally names it after.
No, I do normally name it beforehand, but I actually don't know what's going to go on during this session. I have no idea. So
Oh, okay.
I left it up in the air.
Okay, because I saw dot, and I was like, I was trying to click on it, and I was just like, oh, why can I click on it?
I tricked you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you roll. I'm gonna have you roll sleight of hand. And
wait, sleight of. Well, I guess that's the.
I just have you roll strength. Because it's for crafting.
Well, sleight of hand, isn't that like for like magic and thieving?
Not necessarily. It's like dexterity based off of working with your hands. The idea was that this is going to be a very fine detail piece. It's less brute strength going into crafting it and more fine detail. But D&D is not made for crafting. So I'm just going to have you do a strength check and a dexterity check.
Okay. So I already rolled the dexterity. So just
there is a module that's meant to, like, it's based around stuff, but
the GM binder one.
No, it's like an actual module.
Okay,
it's meant for people who want like regular life D&D.
I found one by GM binder, and it was just way too intensive. I just wanted it to be like simple rolls. Like it takes you a certain amount of days. Like I like the style of crafting that you have me do for potion making.
Oh yeah,
as Carhale. I like that. It's simple. It's not complicated.
That's why I did it too.
they were having track like recipes and points, and you get like it was too many things, and I want it to be a roll, and like it took you this amount of time. So for now, I might tweak it a little bit more in the future, but for now, just a straight dex and straight strength, but I will let you add your proficiency bonus to it because you are trained in the tools that you're using.
Well, what is my proficiency bonus? Oh, well, it was still a bad roll because I rolled a 3, so 6 plus 2 is 8.
So the first one was 17. It's not necessarily that a bad roll will cause you to fail. So what's the total roll? With your proficiency bonus. So it'll be your strength score plus your roll plus your proficiency bonus.
Yeah, it's 8 total.
8?
Because I only rolled a 3.
And what was the first one?
The first one, the dexterity, was 17.
17. Plus your proficiency bonus?
Oh, plus proficiency is 19.
19. Okay. Okay. So for this one, it took you a little bit longer than you anticipated, but you do successfully craft one. I would say it probably took you, this one took, see, the problem is I started looking into real world. How long does it take to forge a dagger? And they're like, you could do it in a day. And I'm like, no, we're not doing that. Okay, like a
normal dagger.
Like a menial dagger, yes, but this is being crafted out of an aboleth tooth and not just an ingot of metal that's already been collected and smelted for you. This is raw material that you're having to process, so it's going to take some time. So I'm going to say this one took you a full week to craft.
Okay.
So that's 7 of your 12 days used. And go ahead and make me a second dexterity and strength check for the second dagger.
All right, I'll roll dexterity first. 14 plus 3, 17.
Okay.
And then
That's your proficiency bonus?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then for strength, oh, not much better. 10, 13, 15.
Okay. This one takes you slightly less time since you've been able to figure out the quirks of this interesting material. You do manage to create a second one. However, this one only took you 5 days. So that would be the entirety of the 12 days. And if you would like, you can also use the time if you wanted to sell that aboleth mucus that you had.
Yes, I want to sell.
How much did I say that I gave you that you had?
Let me go to my inventory. Oh, I wrote it down here. 3 vials of mucus.
Okay. So in selling that, it is 20 gold per vial, and you have 3 vials. So I'd say roll me a, because that's a very interesting material. You'd probably have to ask around about selling it. So go ahead and roll me a investigation check to find a buyer for it.
That's
Reminding Karen how to play D&D.
thanks.
Quick little refresher. What is it?
I only rolled a 10.
Okay, so I'd say it took you quite a bit more time than you had intended to spend on it. But it's fine. You had nothing better to do. So you do manage to find someone, but it took a while, and they are likely not the most reputable of sellers. But you can go ahead and roll me a persuasion check on selling it to see what kind of price they'll give you.
Let this be a good roll. Oh, it fell down.
Karen, we need to get this girl a dice tray.
Yes, we do. That would be amazing, actually.
I'll just roll it in. Oh, my Bible case. That way it doesn't fall everywhere.
Exactly what Jesus wanted our Bible cases to be used for.
True.
I feel like
Oh, it's just the box.
Study
On
Bible. Yeah.
I'm sure that makes it better.
Exactly. Okay, I rolled 17.
Okay, so they will purchase all 3 vials from you at 18 gold per vial.
Okay.
You do the math on that because I don't want to.
That's 54.
Wonderful, wonderful. So you have 54 gold that you may choose to share with your companions. You don't necessarily have to.
All mine, because why didn't I get the money from?
Oh, yeah, you'll have to they'll get back to you on that. They'll get back to you on that. They haven't gotten back to the city yet.
What did I get from that anyways? I didn't add it to my thing.
They have not gotten back to the city yet, but as soon as they do get back to the city, they will give you your cut of the aboleth job.
Yeah, that's hardly anything. So I heard. I got it.
What? I don't know about that. Crazy talk.
Mm-mm.
Anywho, back to our intrepid adventurers and a now alive Mohandas. So, the group consisting of Arian, Adenora, Valia, now alive Mohandas, and Valia's bodyguard Kynan.
Woo!
What y'all doing?
Oh yeah, Kynan came with us. I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
he did.
Let me write that in.
All right, I'm gonna go and
Did you
pack
say Aryan?
here.
Did you say Aryan?
Arian? Yeah.
Is Aryan out?
I said Kynan.
Oh, no. Sorry. He is Arian to me.
Sure. Like
Ari.
just with how many personalities he has, the name
I
means
know.
something.
No, sorry,
So
my B. It's
I don't
just
know.
Ari.
Okay.
It's just Ari for now.
What if it's been Arian this whole time and he's been pretending to be little Ari?
So the next morning, Valia was gonna go to Mother Sapphielle. I'm so nervous about this whole thing. It's fine. Okay, we got this. I'm gonna go to Mother Sapphielle and be like, so thank you for bringing him back. That was powerful and wonderful and really great on your part. I just have one teensy tiny request, if I may. You don't happen to be able to or know someone who might have magic that could restore memories, do you? I believe I've heard of such magic existing, but I don't know how to do it. And it would be beneficial if poor Mohandas could get his memories back before we get back to Singorn. You don't happen to have anyone who could do that for us, do you?
Would I have been able to go with her, or would I have not noticed would she have gone before I woken up or anything?
That's a Valia question.
You could go with me.
Okay.
She's not making this a secret.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So Nora is with you. Did everyone follow you?
I feel like Ari actually sleeps and you guys don't really sleep.
Oh,
So you probably would have gone before Ari
Yeah.
woken up.
that is true.
It's fair.
So yeah, that would be Valia, Adenora, and Kynan 5 paces behind. He is. Sorry, what was the last bit that you asked her?
If there was anyone here who could do that for us, possibly.
She furrows her brow a bit, kind of glances back to the guest room where you guys had been, where Mohandas and Ari are still asleep. Now, there is a bit. He's been under a lot of stress. His mind has been under a lot of stress. When you bring someone back, it changes you. Now, things may go back to normal. I'm assuming this was the first time he's been brought back, yes?
Yeah.
I mean, yes. Looks at Nora like, I'm pretty sure he never mentioned it. Not that he would have, I suppose.
It should come back on its own in time.
Do you know how long that will take?
Do you know when you'll die? There are things that are not meant to be known. And if he does not have his memories back right now, there's likely a reason for it. While I could do it, I wouldn't think it would be a good idea.
I mean, very well. I suppose you are kind of the expert on these matters. So if you think they'll come back on their own, you said they should?
In time.
Okay. Worst case scenario, I suppose we can find someone in Singorn to do it if they don't come back.
Is there any way to maybe help him to help his mind speed up the process of those memories returning?
Give him time. Let him rest. Rest and low stress. And she kind of glances at the armor that you wear, Nora, and at the armor he wears. Maybe, good Lord, maybe avoid life-threatening circumstances until they come back, at least. And just circling back, you're all from Singorn.
Yeah.
Yes.
We came
yes,
from
we are.
Singorn. Why?
You're some brave souls coming to me for this.
Brave, stupid, I'm not sure what word we should choose here, but it is done, so we will try to keep him from having to undergo too much stress in the next few days as much as possible, although it seems to follow us around everywhere we go.
Know that should you ever have issues with your city, and that word, when she says your city, it has a bit of a bite to it. Know that Vrethikan welcomes all. Should you ever need it. But I do not do this favor lightly. And know that it is a favor only done in service of the headstrong. He nods to Nora in the favor in which I owed him. But I consider that debt settled.
You brought him back. And that's all I really wanted. Didn't come back completely how I wanted, but he's back. He's breathing.
If you disrupt the life cycle, there are consequences. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, once again, we thank you for your help and what you've done for us. So we won't forget it. And just kind of head back.
Oh goodness, Ari sent me a big long. Oh wait, you sent it to the chat. Don't look at it, guys. I didn't mean to send it.
It's not necessarily secret.
So you hear this very loud conversation from the other side of the door. The doors are very thin, and you hear,
Oh, yeah. And then that's when an arrow shot through your heart and you went down. And Volley was like, no, and you were like under the water and everything. It was really terrible and everyone was super scared. And I was like, oh no, he's going to die. But then I rushed in and I was able to save you. Actually, I don't really remember that part, but I must have been super heroic because I was definitely a part of the whole thing and saved everyone. But they said that you were the one who actually saved everyone. Okay. So you probably saved everyone and then I had to like help save you. And then Volley ended up taking you out of the water.
I'm going to run over and put my mouth over, or put my hands over.
hand over Ari's mouth.
Minor. But Mohandas,
Sorry,
no. Anyway,
Put my mouth.
I misspoke. I mixed up my body parts. My bad.
Wait, when was Nora kissy with Arafel? When did this happen?
he's referring to back when you found his body and everything, and you were super sad about like finding him.
No.
And he was
Nora and Arafel is
You said Arafel and Nora was like kissy with him, and I already read it, so sorry.
Well, sorry, she was kissy with Arafel when you guys found Arafel after he went missing.
Was she?
No.
No,
Oh,
but
okay.
Arian
I
was
was
saying like
wow.
she was super worried about him, and then finally
This
back.
is
And then when he wakes up, they had their little one-on-one moment. So he was like, they were like the eye babies
I
thing.
see,
That's him
okay.
describing the eye
That makes
babies.
sense.
And so then he basically, this is what he said after he woke up. So in theory, he's been chatting and catching him up on everything for the past couple of adventures we've had.
Nice.
And
This
he's
is
like
a whole lot.
using his changeling shifts to show what everyone looks like. And he's like, so this is Nora. You just met me, blah, blah, blah. And then Arafel, your older brother. And then they were like kissy when we found Arafel because he went missing and you were super worried. I mean, you weren't really worried because I don't think you really knew, et cetera, et cetera.
And then when Nora,
Have I shut him up yet?
yeah,
With my
That
hand.
already happened.
Okay.
And you look. Mohandas is in like complete confusion, a little bit of concern, just kind of sitting back, as, like kind of edging closer to the door.
Question: does he remember his family? Because so in theory, Ari had given him a whole rundown of the whole family, and like, this is your mom, this is your dad, this is your brother, this is Molly, he's the coolest one. This is Kieran, he's the best one. You're you're in the middle range, but you're also like middle siblings, so it kind of tracks, stuff like that.
Ari, we were specifically told to make sure that this was as least stressful for him as possible. I think this is not helping necessarily in that regard.
But I'm telling it like in a really funny way. And we have to catch up at some point because we're heading home soon, and your mom's not going to be happy if you don't remember what she looks like.
He means well. He's just a little enthusiastic about it.
How are
Okay.
you feeling?
I was fine until right about now.
I figured.
Yeah, well,
I'm
We-
gonna as nicely as possible. What are you?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I just start kind of like fidgeting. I'm just, magical. She can do it too. And he points at Valia.
mine is purely a magical spell, and you've seen it before. So
Sure.
I know that doesn't help you now, but
No. So
Ari-
you're sorry, go ahead.
nope. Just gonna say, Ari, let's not overload him anymore today.
Okay. I basically caught him up already anyway.
I'm sure you did. Ari's version is Ari's version, if you know what I mean.
No. I
It was
really
100%
If
perfect.
you have any questions, just come to me. Or Valia. But just come to me or Valia.
Cool. I mean, I'll still answer any questions you have, though.
He will.
Plus, I also totally get the whole not remembering thing, because you and me, we're like the same.
No.
kind of aside to Valia and Nora. Can I do that too? Just gesturing at
I
Ari.
want to be so mean to you, because normally that's how I would be, but you don't remember anything, so I'll just say, no, you can't.
As cool
Yeah,
as it would
sorry.
be.
I bet it's probably not nearly as fun. I'll try to catch up. Good lord.
Rachel. Oh, yeah.
What was
Crazy.
what was wrong with the over the ear ones? We could
Every
hear you.
time I would mute, with wearing those, every time I would mute myself, and then I would mute myself, right? But then I would go to unmute. My headphones would, I couldn't hear anyone. Like, they'd still be connected to the laptop, but I couldn't hear anybody. So I'd have to disconnect them, then reconnect them. And
Why
then,
didn't you just don't mute them? I mean, because they didn't seem like they were causing feedback. I don't know. It's up to you. I just know these ones have done like a few different feedbacks, but I don't know.
I can try them again.
It's up to you. Or maybe no headphones would be better. I don't know. We never really done no headphones, I don't think, but the no headphones might work.
I don't do headphones when I'm DMing.
Yeah, I don't do headphones usually, so you could just do no headphones possibly. It's up to you.
Hopefully the computer will cancel the echo.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. Maybe you just need new in-ear ones. I don't know if they're just broken or I don't know.
Or if they're just angry.
Or it's the computer. It doesn't like the, I don't know.
Not as bad as Nathan's computer.
Hmm.
Nathan's computer is a dinosaur.
Yes,
fair.
it is. I've told him many times he needs to get a new computer, and he's like, "Why? I don't use it ever." I was like, "You use it every time for D&D,
Yeah.
and it's always a problem." And he's like, "That's not enough reason to get a new computer."
You look
I mean,
so
I
cute,
get it.
Rachel.
I get it.
So
He's so cute.
Yeah.
cute.
Little e-girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Maybe hopefully this one will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway,
Right, cool. What's the last thing?
he was basically saying he's not as cool or something.
Oh, no. Sorry. I'll try to catch up soon so you can get back to your fun.
I do enjoy being mean to you, so that would be much appreciated. But I am very gracious and willing to let you take your good time in getting there. So, you know.
So we're he starts to pick his stuff up a little bit. Are we heading out? At some point?
Looks to Nora like, I mean,
We had that job, didn't we? Technically.
We do, but I think we decided we were going to basically give the job back to the guild because I don't know if he's really. That's seemed like it'd be a stressful thing.
Yeah.
You know, and the doctor just told you bed rest, but you really wanted to go hiking.
Now we can leave pretty much as soon as you're feeling up to it. But
I did want to ask, actually. I was curious. How do you guys feel now that you guys are here? Like, do you guys feel anything special about this place? Like anything, I don't know, like in your soul that just, feels at home here?
I mean, it's
No.
important to my dad in a way. I'm not going to get into the whole dad lore thing, but
I want dad
So, like,
lore. Dad lore. Dilf
it
lore.
means something to me in that way, I guess. But like,
But do you feel like this is your home or something?
I
No.
mean, kind of don't feel that way about even back in Singord sometimes. So
Why, Ari? Does this place feel special to you?
I mean, a little bit. I mean, when I walked in, it was like, I don't know, kind of like I was walking back into the boys' hideout or something back in Kaimal, you know? Like,
are you getting deja vu being here? Like maybe you've been here before?
what's deja vu?
Kind of like you'll be doing something random one day and you get a random flashback and it's like you're back at that time again. Like it,
Yeah. I think I
Yeah.
feel it a lot, actually. Yeah, deja vu. Something like that, I guess. More like a feeling like Sunflower. I feel like almost like I know her already, but I don't.
maybe you've been here before. You just don't remember.
Weird. I'm gonna run and ask that Sapphielle woman something. And he's gonna take off.
All right. And she's out in the kitchen making it looks like a pot of coffee.
He's gonna run up to her suddenly enough that it'll startle her in the process of making her coffee.
Does
Mother
startle. He actually does not startle.
Oh, and he's delightfully surprised that he didn't scare her, since sometimes he's a little too much. And but he's kind of jumping at her side and fidgeting with energy and such. And he's like, Mother Sapphielle, can you tell, do you know how people work generally? Do you know what people are good at and special stuff about people?
She kind of crouches down a little bit to get to your eye level. I'm not sure I know what you're asking, little one.
Oh, I was just wondering, can I see the future?
Can you see the future?
Yeah, I think I saw future me a little bit ago, but do I have that kind of skill, that talent? I feel like you would know. I feel like you're someone who would see the future.
I do not see the future, actually. The source of my gifts comes from the wild.
You think
Sorry,
she gave me
your clicking is real loud.
Poor Rachel, because she's saying she has headphones and she has to disconnect them. So there's not a lot of.
I'm so sorry.
Can you still hear us?
Can you still hear us?
Yeah, it's not doing it right now.
Oh, cool.
So
that works.
Okay, well, let's try it. Hopefully,
everyone cross all your toes and fingers.
So funny.
My gifts come from the Wild Mother and my connection with her. So, no, I do not see the future. But I have my hand in the magic of the world around us. But no, not the future.
Well, I'm kind of made of a lot of magic myself. At least that's what my uncle tells me. And I was just thinking maybe I see the future, and maybe that's a part of my magic or something. You know, my magic got kind of wonky a little bit ago, so I'm thinking maybe it's a new thing I can do. But all this to say, it's all like future me, and I also feel like this place is almost my home. So maybe I come home here or something in the future. Maybe.
Well, that's the thing about Vrethikan. It's home to many. It's where lost souls can come to be found. Tell me, little one. And she stands back up again to start back up on the pot of coffee she is fixing. Do you feel as if you might be lost?
I mean, a bit, but I felt like I wasn't lost when I got here, you know? My friend told me it was called deja vu. When I walked in, it was almost like I've been here before, and that this is exactly where I like to be and have been before. Do you know me?
She kind of looks at you. What you look like your flink form right now?
Mm-hmm. And he's gonna kind of consider it a little bit actually as he says that. And he's like, well, maybe not this me, but do you know this me? And he shifts into his regular changeling form a little nervously.
No, I don't believe. Can roll for it. Does she? I don't believe so.
Oh. Well, thanks anyway. And I guess you can't tell the future, so you can't know if what I saw was the future. So, because I saw me like this, and he kind of makes himself age up a little bit to what he remembers seeing in the older Aryan form. And he goes, maybe do you know me like this?
I don't believe we've met in this life.
Oh. He shrinks back down again. Well, thanks anyway, Mother. You're cool.
You're pretty cool yourself, Ari.
Well, bye. He'll leave.
You just head back to the group.
He'll grab like a stray muffin if there's anything on the counters to grab.
Oh yeah. She's got some bread that just came out of the oven, although that's probably a little too hot, but there are some muffins that you could definitely snatch.
I grab a couple and I'll take a bite as I'm walking out. This is good. This is better than my local bakery. And I'll walk out.
And she gives you a very grateful nod.
That's funny. I love it.
Back to the regular group. No dice.
You
We
looking
can go.
for dice?
Of sorts, I guess.
All right. Well, Mohandas, are you feeling well enough to leave? But we don't want you to leave before you're ready.
His stuff is like packed. He's got like armor's back on. He's been collecting his stuff for the last couple minutes.
I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah. How far back is it?
Well, you're lucky. The return trip is a lot shorter than the trip coming here, so I guess if you wait for any of it, it's better to be the shorter one, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's about 3 days back, I believe.
Cool.
So, a few days to rest and catch your breath. And Mother Sapphielle said that hopefully your memories should come back on their own after some time, because this is the first time you've been brought back, which I believe it is. Nora says it is, and she's known you for several years, and you never mentioned otherwise, so we're good to go with that.
All right.
But if you're not ready to leave, it's okay.
What, are you guys not ready to leave?
I'm good with going.
See here.
You're so cute. Just want to squeeze your little cheeks. Okay.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I would kind of like to get home.
I'm ready to go back.
Oh, yeah.
I have duties.
I am definitely
obligations.
ready to get back.
Great. Cool.
Okay, let's go.
And Valia, he actually pulls you aside just a quick second. Just for my knowledge, did I do anything to piss him off?
The little one?
No, the big guy.
Who's big? Which big guy is he referring to?
Kynan.
Oh!
The big guy. Well, actually, Kainen's shorter than Mohandas, but like significantly more like bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's his job to protect me, and so this is a dangerous endeavor, as I've told you. So he's not exactly thrilled about this whole thing. Try not to take it too personally. It's just, if you were anybody else, he'd be just as mad, I'm sure. So
Great. Okay. Just
He's kind of like a bulldog.
what?
He's kind of like a bulldog. You know, like a guard dog.
Little bit. Like a pit bull.
Not that Ari heard this conversation.
Yeah.
But
When
Point
Mohandas comes back on our way out, Ari's gonna be like, "Okay, Mohandas, now you got to do the group handshake all over again. Now that we're heading out, and you know the one that I taught you earlier, very in detail, the long and elaborate handshake that I told you was part of the group handshake that we do every time we leave or go anywhere."
Ari,
Is this something you taught him this morning?
Mhm.
Okay. You will do it to the best of his ability. He will be rolling.
oh, I thought we
Everyone
were
does this like little like thing where you like have to like spin around, like tap 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 thing, and like you drop down. Like
He's a little late. He's a little late on the spin, but otherwise it was passable. It was okay for the first time, but like
ends with a snap.
yeah. The ending snap was a little offbeat with yours, but he got most of it.
Good job, good job. Now just remember, when Valia wants to do the handshake with you, don't forget the most important part of the handshake, okay?
Wait, what's the most important part?
Everyone has
Ari,
a
what are you telling the poor
handshake
child?
that you have to do with them only. So like this one was ours, so we have to snap. The other ones have like a different thing going on with it. So just, you know, once they start it with you, make sure you get it right. They get really upset if you don't.
Okay, so what are the different ones for everyone?
Hold on, I'll show you. He's gonna pull him into another out of sight, and he's gonna show him the specific moves per member of the group,
Mm-hmm.
and then he's gonna step back out into the group. He's like, "See, he's got it."
What are the moves or anything? All right.
Ari, what exactly are you telling him? What is going on? Why are you making him go through all of this?
I'm trying to get him to catch up with all the stuff that he needs to really, you know, to be a part of the team again. You know, I don't want him to feel, you know, left out because he doesn't remember stuff. It's okay, Mohandas. I got your back.
She looks at Nora like,
Appreciate it, little guy. Don't send it to the group chat this time.
He looks to Nora like, are we gonna just let him believe this? Because they saw him do the weird little handshake thing.
Yes, you saw Ares.
He's trying to
Mhm.
help. I don't think it's stressing him out too much.
Okay.
Who
We're good
knows,
to go.
maybe him having to memorize a handshake will help his memory.
All right. Well, let's head back to the ship then, I suppose,
Yes,
and
please.
try to get back before too many more things happen.
All right. All right. Well, it is about
Once again, thanking Mother Sapphielle's relieving, yada, 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 you know, all the niceties. Sorry, continue.
and Ilios waves you off, and she kind of walks with you to the edge of the commune and kind of waves you guys all off.
What?
I want to know so badly, but there's no reason for Valia to ever do a handshake with Mohandas. So, like, she doesn't know this handshake.
Ari, roll me a deception check.
Oh boy.
I am switching dice. What?
That's
What?
the best laugh ever.
Oh
So
gosh.
24.
Crap. What is it?
A 24.
He got a 23.
No. Okay, question. Oh, well, okay. I don't know what this
He
is.
rolled a natural 19, but his insight's only a +4.
Both natural 19s.
Dang.
And Gary is just
Wow.
so earnest and so convincing. And it's like, don't forget them. They get really upset if you do.
Oh my gosh.
Gotcha. All right.
You really want to keep these friendships because, you really care about them, when you have all your memories.
Well, no, I got that far on my own. You know, what with the whole resurrected thing.
And this is a part of it, The handshakes are very much an expression of your guys' love for each other and all the ways.
Sorry, how long have I known you?
Oh, well, we are like super close. I'm like your brother.
Uh-huh. How long have I known you?
2 weeks. We clicked like that. That's why the snap.
Makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah.
He kind of pats you on the lower part of your forearm because he's not that tall. And he'll kind of trot his way back out. Little skip in his step.
He looks at you a bit skeptical, but he nods along. All right. It is about a half a day's journey back from Vrethikan to the boat. Valia, something that would have occurred to you at some point is the boat, you were never required to pay anything. You don't know who took care of this, but you as a group, you never saw Nora hand over any coin. You never had to hand over any coin. And that's something that was a little interesting.
I think Valia would inquire when we got back to the ship upon realizing that, kind of like, who footed the bill for this, or like wanted to make sure we're not in anyone's debt, or what, like, like she's trying to, like,
Okay.
figure
Who
this
do you
out.
ask?
The captain.
The captain?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, why not? I mean, she's got
Why not?
Why not?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Hey. Oh boy, I
Oh,
don't.
come on, you big baby. You're good at those.
Yeah, I got natural 22, so 25.
What the actual heck? He looks a little bit both ways. He looks both ways and then realizes that was a stupid thing to do and kind of glances over your shoulder at Nora. I was trying to decide if I was going to do a voice for this guy, but I'm not. It was the prelate, Vero.
Oh, well, how kind of him. I'll have to write him a thank you note. Thank you. That's all. And she'll kind of like wave him back.
He goes back to thumbing through the paperwork. Looks like some sort of ledger that he was parsing through.
Oh, as a side note, Volley would have expressly told everybody before we got on the ship, if anyone asks why we're bringing back an extra person, he was in Vrethikan, and we just happened to bring him back with us. He wanted to come back to Singborn. There is no, like, they never saw a body. They, and specifically looking at Aerie, he was just living in Vrethikan, and we brought him back with us. That's all.
Is he our captive in this context?
No, dear. He's just a friend of ours we made there, and he wanted to come back to Singborn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's basically the same thing anyway.
Exactly.
Since he doesn't know any of us and he basically just met us in Vrethikan.
Exactly. You got it. And she'll pat him on the head.
Awesome. So it is going to be a 3-day journey back. Let's see.
Is it the same men from their journey here?
Yeah.
Same boat?
They waited for you.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You
I thought for some reason it would be about a ferry kind of situation, like a ferry kind of thing, and so I was like, it might be a different shift of men or something.
Nope. You guys are very far away from Singorn. It is about 300 miles from Singorn.
Mm-hmm. With the same men that Aerie bonded over death and the concept of loss with them. He's like, he retouches base with all these men and are like, sometimes this, like the world can give you great things too. And life can be really amazing and you can make new friends and you can have brand new memories with people that don't remember you at all. And it's actually kind of awesome.
Most of them kind of kid gloves brush you off like, yeah, cool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But there's one that actually seems very thoughtful at your words and gives you a silent but an understanding nod.
Aerie is very talkative and he talks with all of them a lot. More than they wish he would.
You're weird, kid.
Mm-hmm. And he nods along. He's like, yeah, I am. I get a lot.
At some point during our journey back, I'll pull Valia to the side, and I'll say, so clearly Mohandas isn't completely himself. He's back, which is awesome. It's great, but his memories are not there, and he's not Mohandas he was before. Clearly, his family is going to notice. I do not want to tell them about how he died, and I didn't tell them.
Yes.
I brought him back.
On that
What do you
note,
suggest?
Yes, you might want to have a discussion with Arafel before. I don't know how the situation between you guys, honestly, but I know Mohandas explicitly told me that he couldn't keep this secret from his family, and he was planning on telling them that he died and got resurrected, even though I warned against that for, reasons. So, I would just
so pissed.
What?
I know. So pissed.
Who's gonna be so pissed?
terrified.
Oh, yes, he will.
He's like, hey, I think we need to take a step back and reevaluate our friendship here or something. With her last time they talked. And then next time she talks to him, she's like, by the way, we kind of got your brother killed, but he's okay. He's back. But also doesn't know anyone or any of you. So
Yes, so I don't know if you want to talk to him before Mohandas gets a chance to. I will leave that at your discretion. I don't quite know your relationship there.
Great.
But yes, so to be prepared for that, I'm not sure how his family's going to respond. I mean, we can assume that none of them should probably report this to anyone in authority, but when more people talk about things, it's never good for keeping it hush-hush. But oh well. We also might want to have a chat with Eleanor when we get back, just to make sure that she's also not going to say anything. I know she didn't stop us, but she seemed not to be very against the idea of this. So
yeah. Woohoo! This is great.
I know, we've got a lot of fun. We really didn't think this through very well. I mean, we were emotional, a lot of things going on. I'm not saying I would change.
Were we supposed to just let him be dead?
That is typically how those things are handled. Yes. But what's done is done, and I'm very glad that he is alive. So we will try to minimize the fallout as best we can and hope that none of this blows up in our face.
great job, Mohandas. You got it. That's exactly how the handshake goes. High five.
Because I don't think he's going to get any rest from here. Oh, my word. Anyway, so that's my best recommendation, is just going and telling him before he finds out. Have fun with that.
Thanks.
Ari tells Nora and Valia on the trip back at some point or another, pulls them aside and is like, hey, see, Mohandas really wasn't feeling a part of the group, so I had to give him, a handshake to make him feel like he was a part of the group and everything. So if you guys can just learn your guys' handshake with him, then he'll feel like you guys really want him here and that you guys really want to connect with him, because handshakes really do that. I would know back with my crew back in Kai Mall and stuff, we all have very specific handshakes per person. So here's yours, and Mohandas will feel so appreciated and loved when you guys do it with him.
I don't know, Ari. We never had handshakes before. That was a little weird to me.
But it's like the glue that makes a group, because it's like something that you guys do that no one else knows how to do. And in this way, Mohandas will feel like he's, a part of the team and stuff.
There are a lot of things that I know how to do that other people don't, and I don't put those out for everyone either. So I don't know if this
This was definitely one for the history books, though. And as we make a group like this, we were going to have to get a handshake at some point anyway. Because, if everyone in the world can just pretend to be whoever else, right? Like we can, how are we going to know who's who, The handshake will be able to tell us who's who.
Our traits are not exactly common.
They kind of like it, though, I feel like. If anyone can just do magic and stuff, I bet a lot of people can. I've seen a lot of people doing it in Singhorn, at least. I think this is the best option.
What exactly is the handshake that you've come up with?
And he'll tell you guys separately, your guys' separate handshakes and stuff. And he's like, Nora, this is the one that he came up for you. This is the one that he came up with for you, Vol.
Wait, are you saying he came up with these?
Right now, he is changing the narrative for the girls to think that Mohandas felt like he wasn't really a part of the group, so Ari was helping have this as a way to usher him in. And he's been working on it so hard that they have to work on it so hard as well to have it memorized so that he feels like everyone's super invested in his addiction. right? Anyway, so he teaches Nora her version, which ends with a butt slap to yourself.
To yourself? Or
It ends with like facing off, sassy butt slap. And then he teaches Valia
That
hers
tracks, though. That tracks.
with a little kiss to
what?
the cheek.
What?
With a kiss to the cheek.
I think Bolly would insight check this because she does not think that Mohandas would have come up with this. Not with his
Okay.
lack of memories and everything else.
Roll, Ari, a deception or persuasion. Don't say which. And then Valia, roll your insight.
Can I have an advantage because of the conversation that I've had with Mohandas and how much I know he knows about our relationship?
Based off the conversation you had the night previously, I wouldn't say that would give you advantage. Well,
Fine.
it does make actually, yeah, that'll give you advantage. It makes what he's saying significantly less believable.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, we just talked about things, so that does not seem realistic.
Yeah, that makes it seem significantly less believable. That is
Okay.
accurate.
19?
At advantage?
My insight's not great.
15.
Oh.
I rolled
Whew.
Ari, what does she know? What's the
You-
vibe?
You can tell he's definitely stretching the truth. Though he honestly does believe this is the best way to make Mohandas feel at home because this was the best way that he felt at home back with his boys group. So he's stretching the truth. You can tell about Mohandas coming up with the kiss on the cheek specifically.
Okay.
He is genuinely honest about him saying that the best way for Mohandas to feel at home is for you to learn
Sure.
this handshake
Sure.
and to know it perfectly. Oh boy.
Wow.
Hello, friend.
Hi, doggies.
Wait, work.
Yeah, there actually is a dog that they keep on board on the boat.
Lovely.
They actually keep a dog and a cat.
Ooh, a kitty. Much more volume speed.
Yes, there's a dog and a cat. The cat is named Dog, and the dog is named Cat. It's very
Wow,
cute.
that's lovely.
But they all think it's hilarious.
Oh, I'm sure. All right, Ari. I will attempt to commit that to memory and see if it comes into play.
Awesome. He's going to be so happy about this. And here, I'll show it to you again. And he'll to you a couple times. And he'll be like, thanks, Uncle. I appreciate it. And
Wait, so he thinks that Molly is his uncle and he's still having them kiss each other on the cheek. That's kind of weird. He's trying to set his uncle up like this.
he doesn't think of it in a romantic sense. He thinks of it as more of like a loving family sense.
Uh-huh. This is Liz trying to give a good reason for why she gets to do what she wants.
Yes, it is.
All right. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my.
All right. Is anyone else doing anything on your way back?
At some point I'll like try to find time to talk to Mohandas.
Yeah. Most of his time is spent. Looks like he's reading the green canvas bound journal that you've become accustomed to seeing him writing in. Not that you could ever read it. His handwriting is borderline illegible, and it never seemed to be anything of interest. You've really only just seen like sketches, crafting notes for various weapons he's been making, stuff like that.
Mhm.
Job reports. You've seen him write in on a couple jobs before, but that's about it.
Okay, yeah, I'll go to where he is and I'll sit down next to him. Hey, how are you feeling? How are you feeling about going back home?
Well, I'm trying to get caught up, and holds up the journal. Just trying to get caught up maybe a little bit before going back. I mean, they'll get it, right? Like my brothers, my parents, it's gonna be fine, right?
It's gonna be fine. If anyone's gonna take the brunt of anything, it's gonna be me. Definitely won't be you.
Oh, it's not like it was your fault or anything. I mean,
My fault, not my fault. I still blame myself.
It's a dangerous line of work from what I'm reading here. Dangerous line of work. I think it's just called the hazard of the job. And I don't see how you could be blamed for any of it. Okay? So don't take that on yourself.
You're like DM. I'm sorry. Quick thing. Is he? I can't remember. Is he older or younger than me? He's younger, right?
That's a great question.
I can't remember.
I
I
always thought that he was younger too.
You're younger.
Yeah.
You're younger than Arafel. Mohandas is younger than Arafel. So that's really a great question. Let me look at my notes.
Really? I thought Arafel and I were the same age, and then Mohandas was younger.
How old are
I
you?
could be wrong.
How old are you?
I am 110. So like young and elf years, obviously.
He is older than you.
Okay.
Not by much. And especially
Okay.
by elven standards, really not much.
Okay. Sorry.
But he did always just kind of feel like a younger brother to you because you hang out with Arafel mostly, who treats him like a younger brother.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
It's really just you perceive him as a younger brother, even though he's a bit older than you.
Mm-hmm. Look, whether my fault or not, you're family. And we were on that mission together. And I feel like it is my job to protect you, you know? And I failed at my job. And then this happened, and now I'm going to have to go back and tell your family about what I did.
Okay, let me just go back just a little bit. You didn't kill me, right? It was the aboleth.
I could have if I wanted to, but no, it wasn't.
No,
me.
I got that far on my own, funny enough. So you didn't do the job yourself, right? I'm assuming you didn't go to all this trouble to bring me back after you killed me yourself. Yeah?
No, it wasn't me. Although
Right.
I wish it was. Sorry, wait. I wish it was me that died instead of you. I can't. My words are getting mixed up tonight. First the body parts, and then now this.
I wish it was me who killed you, so.
Just don't let me talk ever.
I really wanted to see the light leave your eyes.
Turning into Nemo.
So, I mean, it's not like you killed me yourself, so I don't know why you seem to think it's in your power whether I live or die. Like, sure, we protect each other on jobs, and it's a dangerous line of work. Every job we go on, there's always the danger of not coming back. And you can't take that on yourself. That's a risk I took on my own. Presumably. I can't say that with any amount of authority, but I'm assuming I chose to do this.
You did. You weren't going against your will.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I was going of my own free will. Yeah. So I chose this, and bad things happen all the time. The good
I know,
people
but
bad people.
Bad
And
things shouldn't happen to good people, and if there's a way to avoid that happening, I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure that doesn't happen.
and you did. I'm alive, right? You did everything you could.
But you don't have your memories.
They'll come back, probably. And even if they don't, I was really thorough. So,
You're always no
like,
steam.
do you see this? Volume 73.
I know.
So even if I don't get my memories back, apparently I'm anal enough that I don't even need them. So
You're always really
be-
thorough with your writing.
I'll be doing some reading when we get home, and it'll be fine. And you don't have to explain anything. I can do the explaining myself.
No. Whether I'm going by myself or you're there, it should come from me.
I think I've had this problem ever since I've been alive again. I don't really know I don't really know who you think I am, but you're not going to walk all over me. I'm doing this, and you don't get to tell me that I'm not. Yeah?
Well, can I at least be there with you when you do?
Sure.
Thanks. And if you're still cool with me, maybe we could make new memories together.
Yeah.
Cool.
Was dead Mohandas really that much of a pushover?
No. No, you weren't a pushover. You're fun to tease, but you were no doormat.
Funny enough, I got to that conclusion on my own. Good. I don't plan on being a doormat.
You weren't before, and you won't be now. But I still will tease you. Maybe not so much right now, because I still feel really bad, about you, the whole you dying thing, and not telling your family yet that you were dead, and then,
Hold on. My family, they don't know that I died. You didn't tell them.
Wanted to see if I could bring you back first.
Fair. Okay. Just a little bit different of a conversation. Glad to know this going in.
Didn't Ari fill you in while Thalia and I were talking to the mother?
Not on anything important. Actually.
This is
Those
why
were the boring parts.
And this is why you should come to Valia or me for any questions.
Okay. Yeah.
Because we won't leave anything out. Ari means well, but he's Ari.
So
on other things.
No, just kidding. I may leave things out.
Okay, so something I wasn't quite sure on that the kid was saying, are you and my brother like a thing?
No, we're not a thing. We're like pretty close, but no, we're not a thing.
Okay, see, that's what I thought. But that he's very, sincere. It's really hard to tell if, like, he's actually telling the truth or he's just telling you what he believes is the truth. He seems to be very strongly motivated or, like, very fueled by delusion.
I think it's a little bit of everything, you know. He at least means well, so I don't stress about it too much.
Yeah, another thing about him. Why did we bring a child with us to kill an aboleth?
It's kind of a
That's
long.
a good question.
Did I agree to that? Is that something that, like, I sanctioned?
So Aries a lot of things. And one of the things he doesn't have to be as a kid. So when he first signed up for all this, let's just say he presented himself as much older. But
Okay. So I didn't know he was a child when, like, we hired him, right?
he didn't know, damn right. I can't remember.
I'm trying to grapple with the moral quandaries of this and whether or not I hired a child to kill a monster.
It was technically Kieran that hired him.
Was it? I can't remember.
Onto the guild. And then after that, he was just kind of
Ari was Kieran's
contracted with the guild.
That's right. Okay. No, it was one of your brothers actually. But I don't know.
Okay.
He didn't know he was a child.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Just making sure that I did not myself do this. Okay, thanks. That was it for me. I'll let you know
more
if I have
questions.
more. Yes, a lot, but nothing that I'm just gonna see what I can figure out on my own.
At your own pace and your own time. I don't want to, overwhelm you.
Besides, I've got freaking novel here, so I think
you have your whole life written down. Any of your questions you have, you'll probably get answered, I'm sure.
And I've already gotten a lot of answers here. Things are starting to make a little bit more sense. Well, actually, I'm a lot more confused than I was before, but I'm sure the information will come together at some point.
I'm sure it will. Sorry for not telling your family, by the way. I panicked and I thought I just wanted to get you back, And you're back. So it worked.
I'm back.
But
plus they might have stopped us, so not that Valia's there, but
I did what I thought was right.
That's all you can do.
At the time. Just hope they don't hate me after this.
I will ensure that they don't.
That's not really up to you.
Hey, I've been told that I can be very persuasive.
You can be.
And he kind of looks out down the river. The boat's been traveling at a much quicker pace than you were on the way there. It's traveling with the current versus having to struggle against the current like it was on the way up. But your trip is nearly below half the pace that it was on the way there. And Singorn rushes towards you quickly. Don't tell me how to live my life, Isabel.
What did you do?
It's fine. Don't tell me how to live my life. I'll do what I want.
What?
No, I just told her to stop playing him so gosh darn cutely because it's frustrating. It's fine.
I aim to frustrate
Mm-hmm.
in any way I can. Multiple.
That's fair.
I want to seduce you and kill you in equal measures as a DM.
And lucky for you, I'm into that. So,
anyways, Seaborn rushing towards you quickly.
Yes.
You re-enter the city, heading into
I had made it vastly clear to him, right, that even if I can't stop him from telling his family, he shouldn't be telling anybody else. I made this very clear to him.
Yes, you made that very clear.
Very clear.
Don't worry.
Okay, just.
When did you have this conversation? That conversation
Aaron
was
and I
I just
did a
not paying
little
attention?
No, Aaron and I did a little one-on-one between. Valia stayed up the entire night talking Mohandas, pretty much after he died, or after we resurrected him. And just because we were bored, we didn't play D&D that week, so Aaron and I did it, and we just had a conversation that we wouldn't have had time for in game, and so it was.
What?
Well,
yeah, Valia wanted a chance to talk to him, like actually talk to him, and Isabel didn't want to take up half the session.
Yeah,
so.
it was a lot. So
You didn't record it or anything?
No, we.
I didn't get a bell.
It is. It is unlisted.
It's very it's
secret.
Very boring. It's very boring. I mean, to be honest, if you're not the one, like, I don't know.
I mean, I guess if you really want to, you can. It's just going to be a whole bunch of meta conversation that you don't technically know about.
It's true, but I mean, there's nothing. I don't think there's
wanna.
anything spoilery in there. Was there? Maybe we should hold on to it for a little bit.
No.
I don't know. We'll talk about it.
You talked to Kynan a bit at the end
Oh
there.
yeah, no, never mind. You can't watch that part.
Okay.
Maybe we can show them a trimmed up version, and
yeah,
just the
like
part
whenever she starts talking to Kynan is when you gotta get the heck out of Dodge.
You'd have to be honorable about that.
Mm-hmm.
Scout's honor or whatever. I'm not opposed to them watching it if they really want to, but I'm telling you, you're probably not going to find it super interesting.
I mean, technically Liz has access to it because it's unlisted on our shared account. So Liz could technically watch it whenever she wants. It's listed as Rifts in Reality. I think it's just Valia's version part 2.
Version part 2. That
Something
sounds like a song or something. I don't know.
I did all the prologues. Like I did like the prologues, Aries version. I made it like the Taylor's version.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. I was like, this reminds me of something. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah. Anyways, back into Singorn.
Sorry.
Diving in. Back into the city, and the walls greet you, tall and green and intimidating. Eleanor.
Are you there, Karen?
Yes, I'm here. I actually got sent down.
I was giving you a heads up that we were back in Singorn.
Oh, am I here yet? Or are they just?
Do you guys immediately? Do you want to go talk to Eleanor before or after you bring Mohandas home?
Y'all can, if y'all want to linger a bit, you can. I'm almost done. I'm so close.
We could go talk to his family first. If Karen.
All right, so you can all.
Oh gosh, I don't want to do this.
Are you going to the Whispers Hold?
I mean, that's where his family would be, right?
Yeah.
If you guys want, I could be the one to tell them if you guys are too afraid. I'm not really
Aaron, you're so great, but this is just going to be Mohandas and I think, this time.
Oh, got you. Okay. I mean, Mohandas knows though I'm really great at telling stories, and so they probably wouldn't even be upset after I told them what happened.
You are so good at telling stories, in fact, that I think it would cause them to pass out if you told them. And I don't want that to happen, you know?
That's a really good point. That is a genuine concern. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be the one to do it.
Ah,
I
that's
agree.
funny. That's hilarious. I love that. Okay.
He's gonna sign up to Valia and be like, Uncle, you're even better at telling stories since I learned everything I know from you. I feel like you'd be more of a person who would make them pass out from telling a story. I'm just saying.
Well, maybe I might go with them and try to make sure things go over well, hopefully. So, Nora's just known the family a really long time, so she figures that she'll be able to say it in a way that, they understand. But I appreciate the confidence in me.
Oh, yeah, sure thing, Uncle. Also, Uncle, I've been meaning to ask.
Oh, gosh.
Do you know how long I've been here for? It feels like, at least when I got here, it was like I was home just yesterday. But I actually don't know if that's true, It feels like it really felt like I was there at Vrethikan before, but I wasn't, So I'm wondering if maybe I was and I just don't remember, like Mohandas.
I'm not sure. I believe you were missing or gone.
Are you missing memories too, Uncle?
I am. No one has perfect memories, so it's possible that I have some gaps in there.
Got you. You did tell me you were so old that sometimes you forget things. That's true.
Yes, I am quite up there in years. So,
how old are you?
Oh, young man, you don't ask people their age. That's rude. So,
but you always told me being rude is the fastest way to the honest answer.
And while that's true, I don't want to give the honest answer because I don't want to own to that age. So,
but wouldn't you normally just tell me whatever number you felt like in the moment?
Well, right now I'm telling you no number and letting you stew on it. Makes you think about it even longer.
Okay.
You can't always have an easy answer, Ari, to everything.
I know. You told me that before, so. Okay.
She's like, meant to score 1. What? I can't hear you, Aaron.
You're a terrible person.
I know. Okay, I'm too deep in. I don't know what to do.
Ironically, if you had called him out earlier, I was already ready for him making up the handshakes with Mohandas. I was expecting you to call him out because you had beaten him in the deception check, right? And so I was like so ready to be like, oh, so you're saying I shouldn't have taken advantage of someone who is too gullible to know the truth with a lie and not played into it for the past couple hours or days and such? Okay, gosh, you. I was so ready for it.
What could have been?
This is not my fault. This is the gosh dang dice's fault.
Anyway. No, I'm pretty sure it's your fault for doing it in the first place. But anyways, back to the Whisper's Hold. Approaching the Galestone lined streets, you see off into the distance the green gabled roof, the cobblestone walls, the stained glass window on the front door. You've never dreaded approaching.
Why don't you just kill me?
Approaching this building. Coming here has always felt like a bit like coming home. Honestly, for all of you, it's always felt like a safe place.
Don't say these niceties to me right now. I can't do it.
For some of you, it's a place where you're not watched, where you're just you. For others, it's a place to feel like you belong in a world where you feel a little bit out of place. And for some, it feels like a new journey, a new adventure, excitement, new friends, new places to go, new places to see, new people to meet. But as you're approaching it, Ari probably doesn't have any dread as he's approaching, but Nora and Valia probably feel a little bit more on the dread side.
I can't wait to tell Sapphielle that her son's okay. I'm sure Allred, he'll be pretty happy to see that Mohandas is all good too, especially once they find out that he was dead but isn't anymore, you know?
Ari, I have an idea.
Oh, don't worry. I won't say anything before you do, because you'll tell it better.
I'm sure after this conversation, we're all going to be super hungry. Why don't you go out and find us some food?
I mean, but I wanted to hear the story, though. I could also help act it out if you want.
Well, how about I tell you the story later on, afterwards, during a nice meal that you'll be getting for us.
Nora,
Okay.
let the kid stay. I wouldn't be alive if he didn't help.
He looks up at Mohandas with star eyes.
He runs over to Mohandas and he starts up their little handshake.
And he just gives you a quick, like, hold on, and gives Nora a look.
Come on, Nora, let me stay.
Can't get any worse. Mohandas, if you want him here, sure, buddy.
Yeah.
Why not?
But remember, Ari, Nora's telling the story. You're just sitting quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No acting
Yes,
out.
I mean, Valia.
Sorry, what?
We don't. We'll
He
discuss
looks
this later.
so nervous for a second.
It's nothing.
Moves it over really fast.
Nothing.
DM, real quick, just to help my memory, how did he die? What happened exactly? Because I just don't remember. I didn't go back and rewatch that one.
So, you guys were going on a mission to Godot, and they didn't know what was going on, but the river was being poisoned, and then they had people disappearing. So you guys went into the caves behind Tormore Falls to investigate and see what was up, because that's where the river feeds from, is the falls. And you found an aboleth. You don't know how it got there. You don't know why it was there. A creature like that hypothetically shouldn't have been there in the first place. And it was a pretty knockdown, drag-out fight, and Mohandas ate it. And you guys were not powerful enough to heal him with your own magic. And that's pretty much the gist.
And I could probably guess it would be smart to not tell them where we went. To
bring him back.
Yeah.
Up to your discretion. I mean, it's not really, you don't really need to tell them where you took him to get him resurrected. Like, you could
Either way, the law big time, guys.
You could hypothetically just say that, like, it was outside the city. You don't have to give specifics.
And
I'd say you might not want to, because that might raise the question of, how did you know about this place?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if I'd want to bring my dad into
Well,
it
You
necessarily.
don't necessarily have to.
Okay. I guess I just want to go into it as like, I don't know, not as much of lessen the blow, I guess,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Okay. So you enter into the Whisper's Hold. It's about midday. The half-orcish barkeep, Genevieve, she gives you a little bit of a nod. She's cleaning some glasses, and gestures, gives a nod up to the office door, which is cracked open a little bit. You can hear a couple voices. There's a little bit of bustle throughout the main floor of the tavern. Not much. It's mostly staff currently. But there's the occasional other mercenaries, patrons, someone perusing the job board.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go and try and
I
find
am
his.
Master Moustache as I enter.
Try and find
I am
his.
Seraphina, hence my name tag. So
Very good.
Thank you. Guess I'll try and find his parents.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's where because he said he was gonna talk to him and that he'd let me be there. So I'm assuming that's who he wants to go and find.
Following you.
Yes,
He
yes, that's
doesn't
true.
know where he's going.
Just where he's going.
So
I
he's
guess I would have asked him beforehand who he would have wanted to see first. Then
I don't have any context for who would better receive the news. So, you guys are kind of currently the experts here, unfortunately.
I don't know, Nora. Who do you want to go talk to first? He's the one I would have said first, but he's kind of the one we have to talk about. So
Shouldn't you probably get the whole family together and just tell them all at once?
can I roll to see what I would think would be the best? What I think would be the best option. Can I roll for that? I don't know.
I can't have you. I don't know if I can have you roll for something that's completely subjective.
Okay.
Like, it's
Yeah.
totally just up to your. It's just opinion. I can't tell
Okay.
you what your opinion is.
Okay.
Like,
Then I'll probably try and find his parents. I feel like they'd probably be the
okay.
good.
Yeah,
to go first.
you do know that, like, the people who are typically at the Whisper's Hold during the day are typically Allred and or Sapphielle. Usually one of them is around to deal with members, to deal with jobs. Arafel has been stepping up to do that occasionally, but as per that letter, you know he's probably not here right now. So if you were looking for Arafel, based off that letter, you would know he's probably at the Spires.
I actually thought that first too. I'm getting to know Arafel pretty well.
Excellent, excellent. But you don't know what she knows. Anyways,
I knew that. Harry doesn't know that.
I have to read that letter again.
It was of interest. So you just go, like, looking around the building for them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see the office door is cracked, so that would probably be the first place to check. And I'm gonna roll for it, actually. And both Allred and Sapphielle are actually in the office.
Nice.
How come?
They're sitting in the tables that are on the, or not the tables, sitting at the chairs on the opposite side of the desk, kind of going over some papers together, talking about something you probably don't catch, actually. Because as they hear the steps approaching the door, the conversation kind of trails off, peering out the door. You're back a bit early, are you not?
Change of plans, you could say.
You know how these things go.
Yes, I suppose I do. Did the job just not take that long?
It's okay if we all come in. Were you guys in the middle of something important?
Allred sets the papers down on the desk. No, by no means. Come in.
Okay. Then I go in and I'm assuming everyone else follows. Then I'll shut the door behind me.
This seems a bit on edge. Is everything all right?
I'll look to Mohandas kind of like, do you want to start talking or would you rather have me go? Kind of just giving him that look.
And when you look at him, he's staring at the two of them, staring at Sapphielle and Allred, just a little bit of shock and confusion. You can roll an insight check if you want to try to read him.
So how many days has it been since he died? 4?
Actually, close to 2 weeks.
I mean, sorry, since he got resurrected.
Oh, it has been 3.
3 days. Okay. Vola's keeping track because she's like, how many days is enough days for him to get his memory back before she's going to start? Anyway.
Oh, so he still hasn't gotten his memory back? Mm-hmm.
It does not appear so.
Periodically throughout these days, Ari has given him new editorial content stories.
Wonderful. What did you roll, Nora?
Telling the story of Molly's tattoos, but he just made them up since he doesn't know any of the stories of Molly's tattoos.
Wonderful.
24.
24?
Mm-hmm.
What you read off of him is immediate discomfort. He's kind of stiffened up a little bit, and it looks like he's just been sent into full send, like fight or flight for some reason. You don't know if it's like the memory loss or like the recent resurrection, but he's in fight, flight, or freeze, and he froze.
Okay.
Just panic on his face, like pained confusion, like very pained confusion, trying to recognize these people, knowing that he's supposed to recognize these people, and frustration that he doesn't. He's a little bit in his head from what you can tell.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I guess I'll start. While we were doing that job in Good Oath, you know, the one where the river was poisoned, people went missing. Anyway, we're, there doing our thing, and we went to these falls because that's where the river ends up. We thought, maybe whatever is causing all this is there, and you were right. and we found this aboleth type monster thing. It was
Real
honestly
nasty.
I mean, yes, I received the notes that you all made.
It was a tough one. It was not one of my favorites. Not one of my favorite fights. Mohandas got hurt pretty bad. I wasn't strong enough to help him, and I was poisoned, and I think I might have gone out for a few seconds even. It's kind of blurry, honestly, and everyone else was hurt pretty bad, and I couldn't do anything, and he was gone. He was gone, and I couldn't do anything. And I panicked.
I'm a bit lost, dear. When you came back, everything seemed fine. Is everyone okay? Do we need to take a few of you to the temple?
Everyone's okay now. But we couldn't help him. We couldn't heal him. If you understand what I'm saying. And
I don't think I do. And she's looking at him directly. Mohandas, are you fine? Is everything okay now? I'm a bit confused.
I look over to see if he answers. Is he gonna answer? Is he still kind of in the same state?
And he still looks to be kind of stuck in the fight or flight a little bit.
He died. He died, and I couldn't do anything. None of us could do anything. Like I said, I think I might have even, I don't even know. And I couldn't help him. And he was gone. And I didn't. I panicked, and
are you okay? Because Nora, dear, he's right there.
Yes, I know he's right there. Please I didn't want him. He needed to be alive. It should have been me and not him, and I hated seeing him that way. And I panicked, so I figured out how to bring him back, and I brought him back. And he's fine now. But I think all actually of his memories are gone. They're supposed to return in time. I don't know how long that means, but he's supposed to get them back. He's here. It shouldn't have happened to him.
Alred was standing, and he sits on the edge of the desk, just processing. Sapphielle steps up to the group, brushes past you a little bit to Mohandas, to searching him for injury, searching for something, trying to see what's wrong. I don't understand. You are saying you brought him back. You brought him back.
I am not strong enough to do that. No, I heard from a trusted source to go to a place called. You're muted, Ari.
Some kind-hearted strangers.
They were able to bring him back. And they said his memories will return in time. I wish I could bring those back. I'm going to continue to figure out a way to speed up the process, or I don't know. Or maybe you don't even want to see me again after this.
She's not looking at you. She's still scanning Mohandas for injuries, moving bits of his armor, trying to see past the armor, look at where the weak spots are, the spots for potential lethal hits, seeing no injury, seeing nothing. He's in perfect condition until she gets up to his eyes, and making that eye contact, she sees the confusion, the lack of recognition, the frustration in them. And she takes her hands off. I see. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're all okay. She steps back and puts a hand on Allred's shoulder and gives him a look back at you. When you returned, she looks at you, Seraphina. You told me he was off celebrating with Nora.
I admit that I too panicked and thought that if we could fix it, that would be better for everyone. I apologize. I just didn't want to have to tell you about his death, and figured if I could tell you that he was alive, that would be better. But again, I'm sorry.
Allred, he takes Sapphielle's hand from off his shoulder. Excuse me. I believe Seth and I need to have a word. And he's going to, he'll take her hand and just walk out the door for a minute and close it behind them. You can hear very faintly a whispered exchange.
I rush up to the door to put my old ear next to it.
It's a thick door. You can roll a perception check to see if you can overhear anything.
Mm. 15.
You can make out a word or two here and there. It's very, very muffled. You hear others,
Mothers,
the job,
the dog.
about Kieran,
About Kynan. Why is she speaking of your bodyguard?
and fine.
5. He scoots back. You know what to make of all that.
A minute passes, 2, 2.5, and the door creaks back open. They both step back inside. And Sapphielle looks back at Allred one more time. He gives her a nod. We are incredibly grateful that you took such great risk in bringing him back. We understand what that means for the two of you, at least. Here at the Whispers Hold, we operate on honesty and trust with our members. Under a normal circumstance, I would be informing you that we won't be requiring your services as a group any longer. If I'm going to be perfectly honest, speaking to you as a guildmaster and not as a friend, you don't seem to be a very functional group at all. However, in light of your actions, I'm willing to give you a chance to prove me wrong. If my sons were the common thread of dysfunction in this team, I can't hold that against you. So, should you wish to continue working with the Whispers Hold, you may choose a leader from amongst yourselves and take an assignment of my choosing. Upon success, the team will receive the same deal as initially agreed upon. Upon failure, you can consider our business concluded. But the other 2 jobs with Kamali and Kieran, those won't be happening.
She said if we fail, those won't be happening, or regardless, those aren't happening.
Regardless, those won't be happening. After
You don't trust us with her babies anymore.
I knew we shouldn't have told them. I'm sorry, I knew we shouldn't have told them.
It's nothing against you. This is a danger that comes with the job. I'm aware of the risks. I'm aware of the dangers. But it appears I was incorrect in... I think we may have been testing them a bit too early. After Arafhel's failure to complete his objective, and after this nod to a kind of hesitant nod to Mohandas, after this, I'm thinking that having Kamali and Kirin run jobs with this team might not be the best idea. Again, if my sons are the common thread of dysfunction, I can't hold that against you. That's why I'm offering you this opportunity to continue working with the guild. However, the contract that you all initially signed is going to be getting some amendments. It will all fall on this coming job and not the additional 2, and my sons are going to be taken out of the equation.
Could I give a word to you, one older individual to another?
Aside from the fact that you just called me old, being put aside, go ahead.
I understand the urge to protect those you care about. I have many I care about as well. But I also understand in a job such as yours, where you put your lives on the line to protect other people, defeat great creatures at times. These are the dangers your children seem to wish to take on their own. Perhaps you should speak with your sons and ensure that they are understanding the risks that they are taking. This group did succeed in defeating the monster they were sent to root out. Your son was the hero in this scenario. The people will always remember what the Whisper's Hold did for them.
While your mission may have been technically successful, in that you got rid of the problems for Hillfast and for Godothe, Arafhel failed his objective. You completed the job, but as far as Arafhel's test, he failed.
What was his objective then?
Yeah.
If Arafhel did not tell you the stakes of his task, there's likely a reason. It's not my place to say. If you'd like to know, you may ask him yourselves. But with Mohandas, the issue I find is the lack of trust displayed by not telling me my son was dead. As grateful as I am for you taking on the risk yourselves and the fact that he's alive again, it was not your decision to make. I feel as if I'm being generous in allowing this. But the jobs with Kamali and especially Kirin are off the table.
Alas, I thought Kirin and I would get along swimmingly.
That's not to say you won't eventually have a job in the future. It will just not be him leading it on his own. Same for Kamali. I worried most about the 2 of them. Arafhel and Mohandas are the ones I thought I didn't have to worry about. Not that I believe you failed. I don't believe you did. But I don't think I want to be putting Kirin or Kamali in a situation that could end up like this. From now on, I will not be sending you out with such inexperienced groups. No offense intended.
Sorry, quick DM. Are you saying is she calling us?
Yes.
That okay.
You guys
Why
are all pretty much newbies to the guild.
Oh yeah, this is totally fair. If
Okay.
I were the mother, I would do the same thing.
I think what you are offering is more than generous. I love your family, and I love your sons, and I did what I thought was right at the time. And I didn't want it to be his time yet. And if I could go back, I wish it were me. I know you probably don't trust any of us anymore and probably never will. And honestly, I don't blame you. I think you're being way too nice, especially to me. I'm sorry. We did the job and we killed the monster, but I guess in the end we didn't really do our job. And that won't happen again. But I love your sons as much as they get under my skin. And I would do what I did all over again to bring them back.
Adenora, I believe you're misunderstanding what it is exactly that I hired you to do. What I hired all of you to do. I did not hire you to protect my sons. They were meant to lead these groups. They were meant to lead these missions. You are not their bodyguards. You are not their babysitters. You are not their mother. It is not your job to protect them. That is my job. And I would thank you kindly to not attempt to take my job. I have given them training. We have given them training. And Arafel convinced me that it was time for them to prove it, to prove themselves to us. It's not your fault that they weren't quite ready. And it's not your fault that this happened. So I thank you for bringing my son back, regardless of the condition that he's been brought back in. And I hope that you don't take the blame upon yourself for this.
I kind of already have.
Again, I'd thank you kindly for not attempting to take my job. Protecting them is my job, not yours.
I could never take your job from you. But I do what I can to watch out for people I care about.
Which is why Arafel hired you. But if anyone is to be receiving blame for this, it would be me. I am the one who assigned these. So don't be so bold as to assume that you had the power to take the blame. It doesn't belong to you. Don't carry it.
I'm relatively sure that the blame should rest solely on the aboleth that killed him, if I would be so bold to say, and a bit of bad luck, honestly. Sometimes, you end up in a entirely new plane of existence or something, and sometimes you're knocked off your feet or something. It's just bad luck, as my uncle might say.
She gives you a bit of a quizzical look, but nods. Now, I would assume you would wish to discuss this with the other team member. Have you told her about this? I would appreciate if we kept this under wraps.
She's aware of what we had intended to do, but believe me, nobody wants to keep us under wraps any more than we do. So it should not be a problem.
She steps a bit into your space. She's very tall. She's got these pupilless red eyes like Araphel's. And she looks you directly in the eye. I need you to assure me that Eleanor Alfsel will not be a problem, and that this will not be reported.
For your good and for mine, I assure you that she will not be a problem, and this will not be reported. And she'll also say, and the only thing that I have to apologize for is not being completely upfront about his death. And I would say that people do desperate things when they are faced with death. But again, I do apologize for that. Everything else I have no real shame for.
Can I give you some friendly advice, Valia?
Of course, I'm all ears.
Teams fall apart without trust. In this line of work, when you don't trust your team, people die. So should you all continue to do business with us, I trust you will figure out whatever this is that you all have between you. Figure it out. I don't want to see any more incidents. Am I understood?
Crystal clear. And Valia will just kind of bow and walk out, because that's the end of this conversation. So
And Mohandas steps a bit away from you and back towards Sapphielle and Alred. I'll catch up with you later. Okay. I think I need to stay.
of course.
Yep.
Whatever you think
You
is
belong
best.
here.
Should you need us, we're here.
I think. Nora, he looks at you and back at Sapphielle and Alred. Yeah, I've got a feeling I do.
And I'll just kind of nod and start to walk out.
All right.
I guess we go find Eleanor now.
It's okay. Only 2 hours in.
Like 2
fine.
hours.
Eleanor, are you done with your unpacking?
Guys, this is not. I don't like this. This is.
They deserve to know, because then my thing was, if they found out from someone else somehow later on, I feel like that would have been much worse. And like, it's his parents. I don't know.
Oh no, it most certainly would have been much worse if you hadn't told them.
They
this
deserve
would
to
have blown
know.
up
It does not
It
make
would
it
have blown
any
up
less
huge.
uncomfy though.
I know. It's a good thing we told them.
I don't like people being disappointed in me. Okay, this sucks.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, they're only living through Aaron, and I'm sure Aaron is not disappointed in you.
No, I think this is all great. I'm loving this.
I loved it too. I thought it was great.
That was very traumatic, and now I'm gonna go pee.
Oh yes, we can take a quick pee break. Eleanor,
Yeah,
what
that was so
do
good to listen to while I was organizing. I was like, ooh, this is
Good for you,
Yeah.
wallowing in my suffering.
yeah.
All right. So as soon as we come back from the pee break, the group will be at the threshold of the Mithril Fellowship, where Eleanor is finishing up a hard day's work.
Ready to report, y'all. I'm just kidding.
This will be interesting.
Sup?
Sup? This is fine.
That's as good as it could have gone, man.
Maybe for the team as a whole, it's fine.
I mean, you're fine. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, no big deal. Figure it out.
If they were banning you from the guild, that might be a problem.
It's fair.
She's giving you guys a chance.
Yeah.
And he scared the crap out of Jin.
With the pop.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
I'm into sparkling water now. It's a problem.
You're what? Ew. Most sparkling water doesn't taste like anything. Just angry bubbles.
No. This one, I'm a LaCroix hater.
I hate.
I'm a LaCroix hater. These are good.
Really?
They're the Aldi knockoff LaCroix.
Okay. Fortunately, I don't have Aldi out here in Colorado, which sucks. I miss Aldi.
I freaking love Aldi, man.
I know. Same.
I will say my only problem with these is they're very aggressively carbonated.
See, I usually just like leave it open for a little while.
But,
calm down.
Yeah, if I'm usually sipping on it for a while, so the bubbles really only bother me for the first like hour.
Yeah.
But I'm usually sipping on this for multiple hours. And I quite frequently will do like throw in like a couple ounces of coconut water with it, and that helps it out. Got to get my hydration in.
Smart girl.
I discovered that so you remember how in college I was just like thirsty all the time no matter how much water I drank?
Yeah. I still have that.
I have something called Sjogren's syndrome. And that means my body is basically dehydrated all the time. It's an autoimmune thing.
Oh,
but it's also why I had to stop wearing contacts.
When you stop wearing contacts?
I stopped wearing contacts like sophomore year.
Right.
Because it dries my eyes out.
Yeah. But you're saying like it lessened when you weren't wearing your contacts? Is that what you're saying?
No, sorry. The Sjogren's syndrome makes me thirsty all the time.
Yeah.
And it makes my eyes so dry that I can't wear contacts anymore.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
But I've discovered that if I drink something with electrolytes in it every day, I'm okay.
Well, good.
I'm not thirsty all the time anymore.
That's good.
Yay.
I thought you were going to say, I have diabetes, because people who are always thirsty.
No, I know.
Diabetes.
Google has tried to tell me. My mom has tried to tell me.
I am also always thirsty.
I just need to drink
not diabetic.
I've been doing I don't buy electrolyte drinks because I'm A, cheap, and B, I don't like putting that stuff in my body, especially doing it every day.
Yeah.
So I've been doing coconut water, like a couple ounces of juice, and either like regular water or sparkling water, and a little pinch of salt.
Nice.
Like sea salt, not table salt.
Right.
No, yeah.
And let me tell you, I feel amazing.
Yay.
See,
when I said I'm thriving, I meant I'm thriving, man. I'm not thirsty all the time.
I'm so happy for you.
Hi guys. Sorry, I ran and chatted with Denny.
I am also thriving because I went to the chiropractor for the first time.
Oh,
Saturday. And it turns out it wasn't my back that was out, it was my hips. My hips were so out of place that my left leg was 2 inches shorter than my right. And that was why I was having all that pain. And I feel a lot better. But I'm going back this week.
Amazing.
Very good.
I know. Who would have thunk?
Mm-hmm.
Because like there were certain positions I always slept in I couldn't sleep in anymore. Like certain ways I would sit or stand up or even like going down the stairs sometimes. I would just get this, it would like start hurting really, really bad. But turns out it was my hip. Don't know how it happened, but man, she was out. All out of whack.
Welcome to being old.
Yes.
Hey, Karen.
And my neck was like slightly out, but.
They say now that we're 25, this is where our body stops making new, cells and stuff. and now it's just on the way down. We're all dying now, officially.
Yeah.
Eleanor.
Oh wait, yeah, okay, I have myself muted. Oh yeah, I was just rinsing out the mop. I'm back.
Woo! Excellent. You look so cute. Are those pants or a skirt?
Hmm?
Are those pants or a skirt you're wearing?
I think I got this one from
Cute.
I think
Yeah, very cute.
Abigail.
You look
I'm
like-
also wearing a skirt, Karen. Ugh, I can't really show it.
And I'm wearing a dress. Ugh. Hey, guys.
I'm wearing.
I don't know why I still have this piece of
All right.
thing.
Sweatpants.
You know, I have to represent.
Double shirt. I had that shirt on, but then I got cold. So now.
Sorry, I'm just drooling a little bit. Don't mind me.
I was watching How I Met Your Mother, and they like flash this one random dude, and I'm like, are you guys just not wearing bras, or are you just flashing your bra? Because I feel like the bra is not all that cool. So, like, it's kind of
I
whatever.
do.
But I'm
have
not
a friend.
wearing bras.
Liz, you have
Mhm.
the girls in How I Met Your Mother are like a cup at
I was gonna
best.
say they could get away
They
with.
probably don't wear bras most of the time.
What about the redhead girl? I forget her
wait.
name now.
Oh no! Later down the line after she had kids.
Sorry. I meant black-haired girl, Robin.
No, Tiny.
What?
Tiny.
No, she's got like,
Not
I-
really.
huh. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter.
You'll have to go back and rewatch and pay attention to their big stuff now.
Yes.
All right. Jumping back in.
What was his mom's name again? Was it Sapphielle? Or no, you're
Sapphielle.
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 She said, I will name my son the same name as me without the S. I'm just kidding.
She would. She would.
I feel like that's fair.
Drow's a matriarchal society. She'd name
Oh, yeah.
a kid after herself. Actually, probably in Drow culture, like her having 4 sons would probably be like really bad.
Disappointing. Just
It is.
disappointing.
Very disappointing.
She probably would have sacrificed all the sons following the firstborn to gain favor from Lolth. Realistically.
Actually, realistically,
Yeah.
if she had been born in like a cult of Lolth, she like Mohandas, Kamali, and Kieran all probably would have died.
What if that's the reason she left? Because she had all sons and she wanted to like give them a better life than they would have down below. That's so sad.
It would be a more interesting backstory than she actually has.
I don't know. I'll let you guys know whenever I finally sleep with one of the boys. No, I'm just kidding.
Remember,
Just kidding.
any but the minor.
Yeah, any but the minor.
Alred, Arafel, Mohandas, or Kamali. Just not. You could sleep with Sapphielle for all I care. Just not Kieran.
Fair enough.
Kieran's like 50 years old.
How old
He's a
is he?
baby. He's not that young. Too young for you. He's not
Sure.
an adult.
It's fine. Valia, unlike some people, respects when people are not full adults. So.
Here, wait. Let me see. He is 75.
Yeah, she doesn't try to kiss children, she just lies to them.
Exactly. They gotta learn young. They gotta learn at some point. So
Yeah. To be
right.
honest, though,
this
It's
is what
probably
Valia's
the most-
necklace looks like. This is her
Ooh.
bottle that she carries around everywhere.
cute.
Sorry, Liz, what were you saying?
That is
No,
a source of
say,
that is a
it's-
source of elemental energy that Adenora still is not questioned.
You mean Eleanor?
No,
Eleanor
I
has
mean
the divine
Adenor.
sense, I thought.
Don't try to out DM the DM, Isabel.
You're actually
Actually,
you're thinking of back in session 6 when Eleanor used her divine sense to try to see if Tally was on the up and up, but she actually could only sense Aerie, that was a fae, and with divine sense she does not actually sense elemental. With Oh shoot, what is it's a
Detect
spell.
good and evil.
Detect good and evil that Adenora cast to try to get the suss out the vibe on Tally, and she discovered a mega fey energy on homeboy here, and mega elemental energy on homegirl here. None of which has been questioned.
You've been busy, man.
We're very inclusive. Yeah, we're also very busy. I
No,
thought everyone's trying to suss out Tally, and Volley's just like, I mean, he's cute though, so.
But he's kind of cute though.
Okay, so we make.
Eleanor, you are wrapping up a hard day's labor. You have been bothered by no one. It has been glorious, and you've finished up the final touches on the pommel of this aboleth tooth dagger. It's got serrated edges along one edge and a fine sharpened blade along the other. This would hurt like hell to stab someone with. And it's got these intricate swirling carvings across the middle of beautiful Singornian, a mithril forged pommel wrapped with leather. Some of your best work, honestly. It's beautiful. And you hear a little bit of a bustle at the front, and you kind of peek over some heads, and you see your group of friends. Looks like they're trying to get into the Mithril Fellowship, and it's not going well.
Oh, well, would you look out back? I wonder if their illegal escapades succeeded. And then I'll walk over there to see what's the issue.
You do not see the drow with them, as a side note.
The what?
The drow, Mohandas. You don't see him with them.
Okay. So,
Hi, Eleanor.
see what's the issue. Oh, hello, Ari.
Eleanor, we totally did it.
Valia is clamping her mouth over Ari and being like, well, Eleanor, is there... I say it too. You, Rachel, this is all your fault.
I didn't do anything.
Your fault. You put it in my head.
I only have one question. Is there tongue?
He's a biter, as far as Valia knows.
Freudian slip.
I totally heard Floridian slip, and I'm like, is that a thing? Is kissing mothers
Probably.
called a Floridian slip?
Probably. No, I'm kidding. No, it's called an Epstein thing, but anyway. I clap my hand over his mouth and say, Eleanor, dear, is there somewhere we can speak privately, perhaps?
Oh, I suppose. And I'll motion to the person to let them in.
Hey, your funeral, if the Morwich sees, that's on you, not on me.
Hey, it's good. She's not even around. Not today.
I ain't no snitch, but some are. You have fun with that though.
Yeah, come on. I can sneak them in. Let's go to my place like we went last time. No one watches over there.
All right, we'll follow you back to your room.
Are you taking them back to the dormitories or back to your workshop?
Back to my dormitories.
Cool.
Cool.
I feel like there'd be more people nosing around the workshop.
Eldarian is not in, by the way.
Perfect.
But he has left the place an atrocious mess.
Don't mind the mess. My
maps have been a bit spread out onto your side. There's actually a chalk line drawn down the middle of the room, and you can see there's a few small little items that just barely crest over the edge of the chalk line.
See that he's not kept to his side again. I'll kick his stuff back over.
You guys keep a chalk divider line between your sides of the room?
Look at his side compared to my side and ask why it's there.
No, honestly, I understand. If I had to share a room with somebody, I probably would throw a hissy fit. So I can't blame you. But so wait. Does Eleanor's brother look like her, or was it
No.
no, he's in neither. Okay.
Actually, yeah. So it's very amusing. So far from this group of people that you have met, none of them even remotely resemble their families, which is interesting because you are the perfect combination of your parents, like a perfect amalgamation of their features.
Yeah.
Anyone who has met either of your parents could immediately pick you out from across a crowd as that's Vidania's kid or that's Aramil's kid.
Hence why I have to change so much. No, it's fine. Eleanor, you don't look. Forgive my frankness, but you don't look particularly like your brother. You have just parents with very wildly different features, or
Were you adopted like me?
No, I wasn't adopted.
was he adopted?
Well, no, not really.
You can't not really be adopted. You either are or you aren't.
Look, he's my brother. That's all I know.
I'm going to take it that he
Awesome.
is adopted. You just consider him to be your brother, which is very sweet, I'm sure. But I'm going to take it that he probably is adopted.
Or maybe he isn't.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter if you know. I mean, he's a little orphan that we took in.
Oh, that's very charitable of your family.
Right.
Anyway,
He's kind of like me.
No, he's definitely not like you. He may be a mess, but he's not like you.
I am pretty orderly. That's a good point.
That's not what I was thinking of, but okay.
so what have you been up to these past few days?
And then I will unveil my pride. This is what I've been up to.
These are so cool.
Wow, that is
Twin daggers made of aboleth tooth, serrated edge on one side, a smooth blade along the other, very finely crafted.
Sick
There's
work.
a reason why I'm one of the finest craftsmen here.
they are very beautiful.
This makes me think of when Mohandas died.
Oh, speaking of him,
Everything's a natural segue with you, isn't it, Ari?
My uncle says that everything always connects.
what
Right.
happened
Yeah.
to your little plan to violate the laws of Singon and resurrect the dead person?
If we tell you things, how do we know you're not going to just go rat us out?
Well, I'm not to snitch. Like I said, I didn't to prove. I said I wanted no part of it, but I'm not going to turn you over.
Valia walks up really close to her and just stares her in the eyes. And she's like, but how do we know?
You have my word. That should be enough.
I don't know you. I don't trust you. How do I know that your word is enough?
Well, I can tell I'm far more trustworthy than you will ever be.
That's
I don't trust. Not that I don't trust, but
Whoa,
I'm
Eleanor.
in trouble trusting someone who doesn't break the rules every now and then. It's such a boring way to live.
Whoa, guys, why is everyone arguing? We're a
I'm
team.
not arguing.
We're like a family.
I'm cool.
And sometimes, family lies to each other, but we always like have each other's backs too.
Dan,
Well-
just to reiterate, what did she say that she doesn't want us saying anything to Eleanor? Or no?
we told her.
She said, keep it under wraps, and Eleanor, she's under the impression that Eleanor already knows that you did this.
I told her that
okay,
we
okay.
knew she knew we were going to.
That's
what
right.
I told
Yeah.
her.
Okay.
And she asked Valia to ensure that Eleanor does not say anything.
Okay.
Well, Eleanor, dear, I will take your word for it and trust that you have the best intentions of keeping it. But know that if you end up crossing us and somehow word reaches to anyone about this, I will employ every means that my family has at their disposal to find that precious little heirloom you've been looking for and make sure it never sees the light of day.
Oh, believe me, you wouldn't find it. If I can't, you wouldn't either.
Well, my dear, some of us have more than just a social ranking. We have power behind our names.
Oh, have connections you know not of.
Either way, you've been looking and haven't found it. I haven't even begun to start. Either way, let us know. This is just a friendly insurance that everyone stays on the good side of the law. I'm sure that would be the best of all of us.
Oh, you want to speak of the good side of the law when you just went out and broke it? But
Eleanor, have some fun and get off your high horse. Don't you want to live at least a little bit? My God, there's more to life than rules and meshing metal together. Okay, just do us this one thing. Just one thing for the love that is.
I've already
my own sanity. For my own sanity, please.
I've already said
Just
I would not
do this
tell.
one thing.
There was no need to attack my craft in the meantime. If any word gets out, you can rest assured that it will not be from me.
Yeah, I think that Eleanor's probably like very tight-lipped just in general.
And let us hope that you are too, Aerie.
Yes, I think he's the one you should be worried about.
Oh, trust me, I am.
I mean, who would I tell that would care?
Oh, I don't know everyone.
Well, seeing as we're all on the same page now, we can be an even better team moving forward. On that note, Eleanor, we were told by the Duna family that they were not thrilled that they were not told that Mohandas was dead. So they're most happy that he is alive, of course. So in that case, they're offering us a chance to keep on with them at the guild by electing a leader among us on this, us four, and going and doing a mission for them. Should we succeed in that mission, we'll still be part of the guild. However, at this time, we will not be going on any missions with Kalmali or Kieran because technically Arafel failed his objective, and we're not quite sure, looking at Nora, we're not quite sure what his objective was, I suppose, since I thought he was successful. But
I don't think it's fair that just because Arafel failed and that Mohandas died, that we don't get to do something cool with Kieran.
Well,
I
know. Understand why she wouldn't want her other two sons going after Mohandas died. But as far as Arafel, I mean, we achieved what we set out to do.
What we set out. Apparently there was more to it.
And why did she send us with Mohandas if Arafel had failed?
Apparently Arafel had convinced her that it was time to show that each of the brothers was able to lead a team. So Arafel technically failed, but then it was Mohandas' turn. But seeing as he died, she feels that maybe the other two are not ready yet to lead the team.
That's understandable, especially Karen. He's such a wee one.
I think Kieran's would have been the best. And Kieran definitely
You
wouldn't have
two
died.
are practically children. You would get right along.
Exactly.
Well,
DM, do I know about the the thing Arafel was supposed to? And if I do, I honestly can't remember. But
He didn't tell you. If
He didn't
had
tell me.
any
because Rachel doesn't remember, or if you did, if she did know or not.
No,
Okay.
he didn't say anything to you about like nothing ulterior, nothing in addition
Okay.
to what he initially told you.
Mhm. Cool. Okay.
all right. So at some point we'll have to decide who's leading this mission and decide when. Well, it's a mission of Sapphielle's choosing, but when we're available to go on this mission. No, Ari, my dear, you are not leading this one.
I wouldn't think that would have been an option.
Okay,
Well, you're
hear
getting
me
really
out.
good at when.
Hear
Go
me
on.
out. Think
At
of
what?
it this way. When have I called the shots and anything gone wrong? I don't think I've ever been in charge of anything that went badly.
And how about we keep that streak going?
I'm with Valia for once on this one.
I'm just saying, I think, new nation, as well as a general, good-hearted, humorous take on everything is the best choice of a leader that you could possibly have.
Well, we can put it to a vote.
Yes, democracy and all that.
Not that we live in a democracy, but sure. Should we cast votes on who should lead, or just vote on whether or not Ari is leading at the moment?
Whether Ari is leading, let's set
I
this
agree.
matter to rest.
Very well. All those in favor of Ari leading this next mission, raise your hand. All those who
He
think
looks
this
at
might not,
everyone with like big imploring eyes.
all those who think Ari might make a better spirit guide, leader, heart
Sidekick.
person
Sidekick.
for the group, raise your hand. Ari, we think your talents are better used in keeping the group upbeat and spirit and have a happy spirit and really being the heart of the group here.
Yes, you're the one that keeps
The morale, that's a great word. Thank you. Voice in my head.
You're welcome, dear. I'd endeavor to please.
I'm not talking to you.
Boy, why didn't you vote for me?
I just said, dear, that I thought you were better suited for being the morale of the group than the leader.
Betrayed by his own flesh and blood. It's a
But-
dang shame.
But you told me that I could do anything I put my mind to, and that I was like destined for great things and stuff.
You can. That doesn't mean you need to lead this mission in order to achieve great things. And not everything comes exactly when you wish it,
Okay.
You gotta start somewhere.
Don't worry,
You can
Ari.
start here.
Your role is so much more important than being a leader.
It is.
Yes, without you, this team would fall apart.
It would.
Look at Valia. And I was like,
It would.
we would disintegrate. But you inspire us to move forward. You are the banner that we ride behind. That
You give
rallies us together. That gives us courage.
You give us a common thing that we can all agree on. in
I
how to
quite
handle
literally
things.
would burst into flames if you were not here. Oh, Ari.
Really? And he's gonna insight check all of you.
Okay, so you can all roll, or one of you can roll with advantage.
I vote I roll advantage, but it's up to you guys. How much you rolling over there, Ari?
No, I rolled off of my thing, but off of my thing doesn't count. And just in general, I roll into the thing. So I didn't even see the number what it was.
Eleanor, do you want to roll, or what do you think?
Wait, what was the option?
So you guys, Ari is trying to insight check you to see if you guys are being truthful with him. And either you can each individually roll persuasion or deception, whichever applies, or one person can roll with advantage, which rolling twice and taking the higher roll.
Well, don't you have the highest at persuasion, Valia?
I do. Ari, I think you said that to the group chat.
Well, it was meant for all of you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured. I do have the best, but I mean, I have to roll a natural 20 to compete, probably.
What does
Guidance. I'm good at
Guys,
yeah.
ooh, thank you.
So for skill checks like this, you just have to roll higher than his total. The
Right.
natural 20 is not relevant if your
Fair.
end
Okay.
score is
Okay.
high.
I got a 24.
Ari, what was
Mine's
yours?
3.
Hers was what?
23. Ari
Aries
got a
24.
23. Valia got a 24.
No. I got a 24. I have a +4 to my insight.
Oh wait. Defender wins.
Yeah. Dang.
All right.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
All right,
So
Valia.
you believe
What
us.
are the vibes? Tell Ari the vibes that he's
He
getting.
really thinks that the group feels that he is the glue holding them together, that they need him, or else they would probably just kind of fall apart and fail.
He looks around the group and he sees Adenora's kind of deadpan backing of the whole thing. Sees his eyes, moves to Eleanor, who's looking at him very earnestly and like with the duty shining stars in her eyes and everything. And he looks at Valia and he like looks at her with wide, trusting eyes.
Ah!
Okay. I'll be your guys' banner.
What? I gotta tell him at some point. I just don't know what's gonna happen. It's fine. Anyway,
On you.
it's a different day.
On you.
Yeah, well, anyway. Okay, so
All right.
So I have a few things I need to do in the city, and then at some point we'll have to go on this mission for Sapphielle to prove our worth in keeping around. And then I'm not sure what's next, honestly, but
I want to talk to a person named Nic Meadows.
But who's going to lead this?
I go uncle. I mean, Valia.
Why don't we?
Who's uncle?
No one.
Why did you call
Why?
Valia uncle?
I didn't.
But you just did.
it's a silly little nickname, Eleanor, dear. It's okay. We'll talk about it later. That's not.
Why don't we sit
Why-
on who we think should be
Interesting.
the leader, and then we can reconvene tomorrow in a few days. I don't know.
I, for one, would like to sleep in my bed for a while, and like I said, I have a few errands I need to
That would
attend
be nice.
to.
Yeah,
So,
I'd like to spend more time working on my daggers, you know.
of course, you would, Eleanor, dear. Ari, I don't know what you're going to get up to, but I trust it won't be anything dangerous.
Oh no, I just have a friend to make and a friend to visit.
Well,
Who
you
is
better not be
Nic
getting in
Meadows?
trouble with what's his name.
Who?
You know that little creature you run around with.
Oh, Larkspur. No,
Yeah.
Larkspur's on his own. He's making his way back home.
Bread. Oh, good. No stealing bread.
I don't know about that. He might be stealing bread.
I meant for you too.
Sure.
Oh, speaking of money, Valia, you have some for Eleanor.
Right, dear. Here is your cut from the aboleth.
Says the voice in her head.
Dear, aren't you forgetting that you may owe a certain paladin of the Archer a certain amount of money? I do hope she's not going to feel gypped out of her cut. That would be fortunate. Have fun
What,
with
are
it.
you my inner conscience now? What is this? I don't. But yes, thank you for the reminder. She'll reach through her bag. Eleanor, dear, here's your cut from the aboleth mission. Don't go spending it all in one place, or do. I don't really care. But
Wait, and how much is it?
300?
It was supposed to be.
We didn't spend her cut, I don't think. We
Are
spent
you?
350 gold
so you
each is what I
have to-
have in my notes.
Yeah, so 350 each, and you spent 1,000 of it resurrecting Mohandas.
So there was 5 people. So how much is that?
So are you? Let's pull out the calculator.
350 times 5, 17.
I was saying, are you? The total was 1,750.
Yeah.
Are you subtracting the 1,000, like subtracting the 1,000, dividing the 750 up between the 5 of you, 4 of you? Are you not giving Mohandas his cut from the job he died on?
We had to bring him back. We have to take money from somewhere.
I mean, okay.
Everyone gets one.
From Valya's perspective, he doesn't know that he was owed money. So you could divide up the remaining 750 between the 4 of you.
Awful, but okay.
And it would still be less than what she was promised, though.
Okay.
So you have two options. You can give Eleanor her full cut, and then each of you guys split what's left after you guys bought that diamond to resurrect Mohandas, or you can divide up what's left equally.
That's begs another question. So we did have to spend some money in this endeavor to rectify the situation.
Oh, you did? How much?
It was 1,000 gold.
Wait. You spent 1,000 gold
For a life? I think that's really worth it.
Of course, yes, even illegal endeavor, but yes.
But so we have about 750 left that technically should be divided between the 5 of us, but
You mean technically I should get my full cut, and because you went and spent the money on your little quest.
I'm not going to argue with you. I will give you your full cut. And
No, in this spirit,
Everyone can take mine. I don't care.
I will take less.
I don't mind, Eleanor, giving you your full cut. The rest of us can deal with what we have left over.
No, I'll take the 150.
I don't need it.
What, Ari dear?
I don't need
Nora,
it. If you guys want, I have like 100
Noble.
gold to have.
Well, you need some money too. That way you don't have to steal bread.
Yes. So we'll divide it evenly.
I really don't need anything. I've been fine without it. Here, you guys can have my 100 gold.
No.
And Nora, you can have the 98 gold that I gave you. And Eleanor, you can just keep the 20 gold that I gave you.
Yes, but don't you?
I'm gonna give what she gave me back to her. I don't need this. You do.
Yeah.
But
You need
what?
to eat.
I'm gonna
I
keep
mean, I do eat. I eat all the time. He pulls out a bagel.
but you take it. I want you to buy it.
You don't. You can still continue taking whatever you want, but if you want a nicer meal that's a little harder to take without paying, now you have this gold.
Ari, you are familiar with the concept of exchanging goods. Exchanges are very important to Fae.
Oh no, yes, that is true, but
You are familiar with the concept of exchanges.
it's not the same with gold though, because gold doesn't seem like it's important to him. So gold is like almost meaningless. So he feels, to an extent, he feels bad like giving money for something that like in a weird way. He doesn't mind stealing it because it's like tricking. And if you trick someone into it, then it's their fault that they got tricked into it. The way his mind works and stuff. So like tricking is less uncouth than giving a bad deal in a trade. And in his mind, gold for something cool or something is like a bad trade half the time.
Fair. That's fair.
That's such an interesting thought. But yeah, that's the way he thinks. But no. So he'll take it and he'll kind of look at you a little funny. But he's like, okay, I don't know if they'd like this though.
Who's they?
These people in general, I find gold to be kind of boring and it's heavy.
I promise you, most people like gold, so you should be able to get whatever it is you're looking for.
Okay.
So, and who is Nic Meadows, by the way?
Oh, he's just someone who's like really experienced in traveling a lot, I guess, and he knows a lot about a lot of stuff.
And he's not in the Undermark or anything, is he?
Not that I know of. I think he's up here somewhere in Singor.
Is the name familiar to me, DM?
Wait, maybe you do know him. They say he's an expert in Fae.
Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Okay.
Can
I'm not saying I should
roll
know.
to see
I'm
if
just
I know
wondering-
him too?
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll. The DC is going to be high because
23?
I can't think of any reason why.
Sure, and that's fine. Like, I'm just, if it's someone important, like another, I didn't know if he was gonna go try to bug a noble or a high up person, you know.
Yeah. What was your roll, Nora?
History, right?
Yeah.
18.
18. Nora, you have not heard of a Nic Meadows. Valia, you have vaguely heard of a Nic Meadows. She is a shopkeep in the Tarn Ward.
Okay.
A oddities type of shop. You've heard she's a little kooky.
Okay.
She's a bit on the eccentric side.
I may have heard of her.
Her?
Yes, her. She owns a shop up in the Tarn Ward.
Oh, can you take me there?
DM, remember how I was looking for some of that dust of deliciousness? Would that be something that I think I could get there?
Quite possibly.
Okay.
She's weird. She might have something weird like that.
All right, Jerry. We can run over there and do that. But then I have some of my own personal things I have to attend to.
Okay. Can I go with you on your personal things?
No.
But why not?
Because they're personal, dear.
But we're personal.
Yes, but you don't share. Well, maybe you do. Most people don't share every aspect of their life with everybody, even if they're close to them.
Well, we're family.
And Ohana means no one gets left behind or forgotten. I'm just kidding. Or whatever. Anyway, I'm just gonna have to say no to this one. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
You taking everybody?
I guess if everyone wants to go to this oddities person, they're more than welcome.
I need a good distraction. Why not?
Eleanor, are you gonna stay here? Or you want to see the sun for the first time in a few weeks?
Eleanor?
Oh, yes.
I said, Eleanor, do you want to come? Or do you want to stay here? Or do you want to go see the sun for the first time in a few weeks?
Wait, who's going? Where are you
We're
going?
going to an oddities shop where
You
can
really
find-
need to engage Eleanor regularly or she'll zone out.
Oddities shop.
An oddities shop.
Oddity shop in the Tarn Ward.
Someone that Ari wants to go meet.
I guess why not? I suppose I could come alone.
All right, wonderful. We head off towards Tarn Ward.
Excellent.
On the way there, Ari will use his city secrets to get us there faster than ever.
So Valia gives you the general direction and like, oh, it's by that one herbalist. You've seen that one herbalist before. The one guy with the really big nose. You've seen him before. And the shop smells kind of funny, like very strongly smells of herbs, and you didn't like it very much. You didn't.
I
say
also avoided the flowers because I was afraid they might attack me or something.
yeah, and there were a lot of flowers. You didn't like that as much. But as you enter, the little a sign swings above the door, almost as if there was wind blowing it, but you don't really feel that much of a breeze. The sign overhead of the door reads Trinkets and Tronkets. A little book next to it, a little book illustration with butterflies flying out of it. A bell jingles as the door creaks open. It looks a bit like a study that's been converted into an antique mall. So as you enter there, you almost knock over this coat rack with a cloak, a red cloak, and a ridiculously large hat. There's a red couch on the side and side tables with books and odds and ends piled on it. The walls are lined with these bookshelves and curio cabinets, a few drawers haphazardly left open, and these multicolored lanterns light up patterns on the walls. The light seems to shift around within the glass. There's a large glass display case to one side with what looks like some jewelry, a few small weapons. The other side has a clothing rack, actually, with all manner of colorful garments, some haphazardly knocked off their hangers. You hear a bit of rustling in a back room somewhere. I'll be with you in just a minute. Humphrey, will you help them? And you hear something in the rack of clothing begin to move. And it shuffles, and out of a coat, a large crow flutters its wings and looks up at you. It tilts his head expectantly.
Hi there.
And the lights around you dim. Prepare yourselves, adventurers, to be transported. Where would you like to go? Mount Celestia? And the lanterns shift colors, turning gold. The Abyss, and they shift red. The Frostfell, shifting blue. Or perhaps my personal favorite, the Feywild, and they shift pink. A dark blue curtain in the back of the room is flicked open with a flourish of these long, pale fingers. A middle-aged elven woman. Long black hair that's kind of bluish in this light. She steps through these haphazard braids, choppy bangs, framing these large gold spectacles, very bright purple eyes. Her dress looks like, to you, Valia, it looks like it was supposed to be elegant. It's a very fashionable cut, red with this gold embroidery, but it's a very casual wearing of it. The flowy sleeves are rolled up. She has a blue neckerchief on. It's floor length, but she's got gathers holding it up in the front. You can see very practical looking boots, and the rest of the dress drags along the floor behind it. Welcome, friends, to Trinkets and Tronkets. Here you'll find all sorts of oddities and curiosities that other shops are too boring to have. Welcome.
You're super cool.
Do you have weapons here?
Sorry?
Do you have weapons?
I do have weapons, small ones, unfortunately.
How small ones?
I'm not particularly allowed to keep big ones anymore after the incident.
You have daggers here.
A few. Would you like to see them?
Naturally.
Excellent, excellent. Go ahead and let me look at what she has.
In answer to the question about where I wanted to go, I'd like to go to the Feywild, please.
Well, see, that was more of like a metaphorical. I mean, like in spirit, I can't actually physically take you there. It was more of a metaphor.
It's for show, Airy dear. It's setting for the shop.
I do have several pieces of Fey relics in my personal collection, if you'd like to see those.
I'd like to see that.
Excellent, excellent. All right, let's see what we're looking at. Daggers, and we're looking at Fey. Wonderful, wonderful. And she'll shuffle on through. All right.
Miss Meadows, I heard you were, an expert in the Fey stuff.
I am.
Is it true?
It is.
Do you know her?
Who are you gesturing to?
Valia.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure. And she offers her hand to you. Nic Meadows, pleased to make your acquaintance. And you are?
I'm Seraphina. I'm equally pleased to make yours.
Wonderful. And you?
I'm Mary.
Wonderful. And the rest of you?
Eleanor.
Eleanor?
Soul?
No.
Eleanor Alfsol. A pleasure to have you in my shop, Lady Alfsol. And what brings you into my shop today? You were looking for possibly a dagger. Yes. Yes. Oh, sorry. And you as well.
Adenora, you can call me Nora. You got anything you could smoke?
Let me see what I have in. All right, so we have something to smoke, something to stab, and something to see. Excellent. And she begins shuffling through some drawers and shuffling through haste.
While you're at it, I'm looking for something called Dust of Deliciousness, if you've ever heard of it, / possibly has one hand. I know it's imported, so I won't be offended if you don't carry it.
I have heard of it. Disappointed I can't alliterate it, as I just did earlier. That's a bit of a bummer, but I'll live. Let me look. So let me roll for this.
What are you looking for again, Valia?
Dust of Deliciousness.
Oh.
What is that?
I wonder what that is.
It's a magic object that makes food automatically taste way better.
Oh, I want food. I'm so hungry.
All right, and she shuffles through, looking through a case, and she pulls out this small ivy wrapped blade. It's not quite a dagger. It looks like a tiny rapier. It's got these little ivy strands wrapped around it, and it's very, very small. It would be about a dagger size for you. This is both a dagger and part of my Fae collection, so it's a bit of a double whammy. This is called a Quickling's Ivy. It's a rapier, but for someone of your size, it would be about a dagger size. It's very rare.
But because it's not a dagger.
I mean, it's technically for your size, it could be used as a dagger.
Right.
But for its original wielder, which would be about yay big, it would be more considered a rapier.
Right. That wasn't quite what I was looking for, but
Well, let
it's not a
me
dagger.
see what else I can get. She puts that back into the case, and
You're looking for like a mythic dagger, right, Eleanor?
Oh, Ellie, quiet. Of course not. I'm looking for a regular old dagger. But if you have anything old, I'd be interested to look at it.
anything old.
Yes, like
Are you looking for a
100 years, a couple thousand,
a couple thousand years old?
No.
I'm afraid I don't have anything quite that old. Are you looking for something specific?
Well, I work with antiquities a lot, so I like to collect.
Antiquities. Antiquities of Guasar, the continent you are from. The elves would refer to the continent Taldori as Guasar. It has only been referred to as Taldori for about 200 years. So Eleanor, as a student of history, as a scholar herself, would probably a bit pretentiously refer to the continent as Guasar.
Yeah.
Even though in recent history it's been called Taldori.
Well, yes, exactly.
I don't believe I have anything like that on hand, but I'm also in the business of acquisitions.
Oh, you are. Look. Have you ever heard of a tale?
As old as time?
I've heard of many tales. I'm an acquisition of
Actually,
tales.
I want to ask you one thing. Has any private detectives ever come by your shop looking for something?
Not in my recent memory.
Not in your
My memory is quite long, so I believe I would recall. If there were, they wouldn't have told me, I don't believe. If they were inspecting me, I don't know. I don't rather know if they would have told me.
Well,
But I've not gotten arrested for anything yet.
Oh, that's good. Well, if you have anyone coming in here asking too many questions about the dagger, or if maybe the head of Mithril Fellowship comes in, I would be best advised not to say anything to them that I was here, at least.
Interesting. Well, I must inform you then, there is someone who is coming in and asking a lot of questions about a dagger.
Really? Who?
She steps over across. She's on the other side of this big jewelry case from you, and she flips this little mirror that was standing on it towards you.
Wait, you're trying to say me?
You really are as brilliant as they say. You're fun. I'm a bit disappointed. None of you have asked me what a trinket is. I'm a bit disappointed in all of you and your lack of curiosity.
I had a mission. But by all means, tell us what your trinket is.
No, I'm far more curious in your mission now. Pray tell, my lady Alphsol, what is your mission?
Oh, that whole living up to your parents' name.
Oh, I definitely relate to that on many levels.
You see, you know exactly what I mean.
I do.
team.
Yes, I relate to it on a.
To the Mithril Fellowship just to get rid of their overbearing ways.
Really.
Yes. But that's just neither here nor there.
So what
I
is
feel
it?
like it is here and there, if you ask me.
Just tell us what a trunket is.
Well, what isn't a trunket? They're what I call things when I don't know what else to call them.
That's it.
Ah, how creative of you.
Thank you. Yes,
I knew that. If it's not a trinket, it's a trunket.
exactly. You
Mhm.
understand me?
What a kiss, but the areas.
No, that's literally what I was gonna say though. I was like, everything that's not a trinket is a trunket.
It's true.
It's true.
Okay, so
Right. We were looking for historical daggers. I'm going to be looking into some acquisitions on that, and I will have to let you know, Lady Absol. And for you, Miss Seraphina, you are looking for a dust of deliciousness. Let me see if I have some in. And I do.
Oh,
Excellent.
Wow.
I have a bit, just a bit in. I have. She pulls out, looking through the apothecary drawers on the back wall. She sorts through a bunch. Oh no, not that one. That one's poisonous. And continues along. She pulls out a small brown pouch, and she opens it a bit and shows it to you. This reddish brown dust has a bit of a shimmer to it. Valia, it strikes you as looking a little bit like Sood, and but a little bit more powdery, a little bit finer.
you're sure this is dust deliciousness and not some illegal substance that I would not want to necessarily procure?
Yes.
Very well. How much for that today?
Frack. Let me look.
That looks super
Um,
familiar. I guess a lot of kids I know trade dust of deliciousness all the time.
Oh, Eri. Yes, they probably do.
Can I have some? Oh, actually, never mind. I'll just get some from some of my friends.
Awesome. Wait, where I cannot see where the. I swear I had the price point written down on this.
Oh, you're fine. While Seraphina is working with Nic Meadows up front, I'm gonna go find Eleanor, who's still kind of like looking through the daggers, maybe that she showed her to.
Mm.
And Eleanor, I'm gonna come to you and I'm gonna whisper and I'm gonna be like, Eleanor, remember how earlier you were like fighting with Valia and stuff?
Yes.
I just wanted to warn you, Valia's like super old and super powerful and stuff. And like, I don't think you want to like make her upset because sometimes, I remember like people who crossed her, like they get in a lot of trouble and stuff sometimes.
What do you mean she's old and powerful?
Like she's kind of ancient. Haven't you noticed?
What do you mean she's ancient?
And then she's done a lot too. So she's like traveled everywhere. So she knows like a ton of stuff. So she pretty much knows everything that there is to know,
Really?
I know. I'm just saying that you should be really like.
But
Like-
what makes you think she's ancient?
Well, because I know her. I've known her for so long, and I know how ancient she is.
What do you mean you've known her so long? You met her the same time we did.
Well, I mean, kind of, but kind of not. I've known her for longer than any of you guys have.
How is that possible?
When you just know someone.
No. I don't know. That doesn't make sense, Eri. You can't just know
Well,
someone.
I can't tell you, okay? She told me not to tell you.
But I really like you, Eleanor, so I didn't want you to like get on her bad side or something because she doesn't know you super well. So,
Harry,
like,
no, I think it may be helpful if you explain to me.
but I can't just tell you. She told me not to.
But I think in this case it's okay if you tell me. You can trust me. You know I always keep my word. I won't tell anyone else. You know it's not anything bad.
Insight check to see how trustworthy she is.
Okay.
And what can
Make
I
it-
roll?
Persuasion or deception, whichever applies.
Let me see.
Valia, BT dubs, it would be 250 gold.
Wow. For a little bit? She said she didn't have that much.
I just threw it off.
The pouch has 6 servings.
Okay. Can I try to sweet talk her into knocking a little gold off that price?
You can certainly try.
Oh, boy. Love it.
All right. I have a 19 for deception.
I have a 13.
Okay. Eleanor, tell Ari what vibes he's getting off of what you're saying.
He's getting that he can trust me and that it'll be okay if he tells me
She is
What
very earnest.
what Valia says. What Valia
His
says.
eyes kind of dart across the room over to Amalia and dart back to Eleanor.
Haggling over a small pouch with Nick there.
I can just imagine Seraphina like doing the whole like sideways lean over the counter and like the hand out thing.
Nick is totally matching her energy.
And Aries over there. Okay, here's the deal. Bolly is actually my uncle. He came over from the Feywild to come and track me down so that he could, find me and protect me and make sure that I was okay and everything. And so now he's pretending to be Valia so that he can like be traveling with us and stuff. And he's working with the guild and everything for the same reason, I think. I think he's got his own stuff going on too because I don't know everything and he doesn't want to tell me everything. But it's my uncle. But you can't tell her that I told you that. Well, you can't tell him,
Let me tell you a secret.
Okay.
She lied.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry to break this to you, but Valia is not your uncle.
Wait, what? No. Valia is my uncle.
No, this is quite hilarious. She. But I shouldn't be surprised. You believe everything. She believed you. You believe that she was your uncle.
Well, yeah. I mean, he can do everything that I can do. So obviously, he would be able to pretend to be someone else for a long time. And he likes to play tricks on me sometimes too. It like keeps me sharp,
Right. But don't you remember how Valia can shift forms just like you can?
Exactly. That's what my uncle can do too.
And did it ever occur to you that she just shifted into your uncle?
But Valia is a really powerful person. Why would she be working for a random guild? We heard about Valia's history, right? Doesn't it make more sense that someone would just take on her persona and stuff and then go to this guild to work with a group like ours and stuff rather than, some powerful young lady mistress, something from up top came and did it herself?
She has other reasons, but she pulled a fast one on you. I'm just going to say that.
I mean, I'm really good at telling when people are lying to me, though.
But she's also good at telling stories, deceiving.
She acts just like him. She knows things. Valia, my uncle knows things.
Yes, 'cause she's a very intelligent woman.
But she couldn't know those things unless you were my uncle.
It's okay, Arian.
I mean, but how well do you know her? I mean, have you met her beyond, our group coming together and stuff?
Our families are both in the nobility. They know of each other, but I know enough about her to know that she is not your uncle.
But how do you know though? Maybe she has been my uncle this whole time and you just haven't met any other version of Valia.
You
My uncle's really good too. He's better than I am at pretending to be people. He comes to the material plane all the time, learning
Right.
things about this place and stuff.
I think that maybe you should investigate this a little bit more. Ask
Okay.
questions that's impossible for Valia to know.
Okay. I'll do it. I'll prove it.
That only your uncle would know, and only from times long, long ago.
You suck, Eleanor.
Okay. I'll ask. I'll prove it. Valia's my uncle. My uncle came to find me. He was worried about me.
Leaning over that calendar, go ask her something. Wait, what is she doing right now?
Yeah, that's what she's doing. I was about to have her roll for that if you're sending him over.
Yeah,
to go
I'm
talk to her.
sending.
Yeah,
him.
Valia's going on like, oh, I love the term Tronkets. It's so interesting and creative. And what you've done with this place is just seems a mastermind to do. I should tell all of my friends to come here and look for some more things because I don't think you get enough publicity for the wonderful little oddities you really have here. Quite intriguing, honestly.
Comes to the counter.
Valia.
Intriguing. Go ahead and roll me that persuasion check before I forget.
I dropped my dice. Hold on.
And I didn't go anywhere. I'm still there with Valia, by the way. Thank you, Deb.
That is a 21.
21. All right. Well, how about... How about... I am a bit like the Fae in that I do enjoy making deals. So, how about if you agree to bring some more of your, as she gestures to Eleanor, some more of your well-to-do friends to my establishment, and I'll think about possibly a loyalty discount. I'll knock 10 gold off of this as a gesture of goodwill, and possibilities for more in the future should you bring some of the more well-to-do patrons to my establishment.
I suppose that could work. Although for now, maybe I think I only need about half of what you have in store, and I might buy the rest later.
Call it a deal.
All right.
Careful. The Fae are just as bad as the Jinn and Fiends.
I will do my best to bring many more well-to-do customers here.
And she'll begin portioning out half of the bag for you.
Cool. So you said it was 250.
Yeah. So 125 minus the 10, so 115.
Great. Can do.
Wonderful.
Valia.
I thought you said your name was Seraphina.
I mean,
it is. This one, you'll notice that he calls people many things. He's
I do give a bunch of nicknames to a bunch of different people.
But
well, if you'd like a nickname for me, you can call me Nick.
Oh, okay. Cool. Nice to meet you, Nick. I still want to see Fae things, by the way, but I wanted to ask Seraphina something.
Yes, dear. What is it?
I just want to ask because sometimes I forget a lot, and I wanted to ask what what our old code was, for if we lost each other and we wanted to make sure it was us and family that was still with each other. I just wanted to make sure that you had the right one, or that I had the right one, really.
Well, Ari, I would suggest that you tell me the code and I can let you know whether or not it's right. I'm casting a suggestion on it.
And I'm looking over there, just shaking my head.
I'm a terrible person.
No,
Okay.
Okay.
I'll guidance her.
I don't think you can guidance a saving throw.
I don't know. Man.
Unfortunately.
No.
Though I suppose you all see this happening as it's happening. And he's looking up at you with like wide, like trusting eyes and everything. And he's not expecting any, like he's very open to magic that he's familiar with or thinks he's familiar with actually. So it overtakes him. He got a natural 6. So that's like a 10.
Yeah, that doesn't pass my spell save DC, so.
Wait, can I?
An 8.
There's nothing I can do to interfere with her nefarious plan, is there?
I mean, you can say something. You are
say-
happy because she
I
has to.
can-
She said it.
I'll say, I'll be like, Seraphina, I see what you're doing. You better stop it right now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You told me all about your shenanigans.
I didn't say it.
All right. I think that most of this conversation should take place in a different place. Honestly, I think we have business to attend to here.
It's okay. Nick's our friend, right?
Either way, privacy is important.
She actually she peeked over a book she was pretending to read. And looks a little disappointed.
All right, Ari, whisper the code to me,
No,
and then
don't
we will discuss the rest of this later.
Aaron, don't do it. Remember what I said.
But you.
Remember what I said, Aaron.
Ari, do whatever your heart is telling you to do.
Not telling. Remember, that's what served no good.
Now, I believe Seraphina is who she says she is.
Oh,
Take that into what you will. But listen to your heart.
I mean, I was just gonna tell her what I thought it was, and if she said it was the same thing, then it would be true, right?
Exactly.
No.
So go and tell her what she needs to hear.
Remember,
so much of our sessions ends up being this, and I don't know when this. Like, I didn't know why we just. It's fine.
It can stop anytime you want.
I'm just waiting for a time when we're not in the middle of something to break it, but it's always something going on.
Ari is so stressed right now with Eleanor, big tall Eleanor leaning over, and Valia with her charm and just large charm leaning in as well, kind of them battling it out over their eyes and stuff, looking down at him, everything, and Nora in the middle of being kind of
And Nick is peering over the edge of a book, pretending not to listen.
and
Ari looks over at Nick for help.
you do your business, but you need to have a conversation with him.
All right, we will discuss things not here.
All right, not here, but
What did he say?
it's long overdue.
It's elderberry.
Of course it is.
And you told him anyway, Ari.
I felt like I had to.
But you know that she's just gonna say it's right.
I mean, was it right?
Well, you were close, dear. I believe that it was. Oh crap! What's the one I'm thinking of? It's
Goodberry?
What?
Is it Goodberry?
Yeah. It's Goodberry. Remember, that's one of a trick that an old friend of mine had, and I thought it was rather clever.
No, you know that's not true, Ari.
I don't necessarily remember that, but I don't remember that much right now. I don't know. I mean,
Ari, we'll talk about
you roll a new insight check on the two of them, basically.
Yeah. Each of you guys roll perception or persuasion or deception, and then Ari, roll your insight.
Rolling persuasion.
So much.
We had things to do, but That's okay. We'll get to the next session.
I only have a 16 for persuasion.
17 for me.
An
Harry, what'd
8.
you roll?
An 8? An
You-
8 are just you're so confused. They're both saying things. They both make very good points. But Nylan may have tricked you a lot, but he never outright lied to you.
That doesn't mean that much because to her, to Ari right now, like she's telling the truth in theory, and then Eleanor doesn't seem to have any reason to looking between the two of you. He's gonna run away, and he bolts out the door.
Don't you need to?
Now look what you've done. You scared him away.
You were the one who started this. What are you doing? What? Okay.
Why did
Everyone,
you
finish your business here and get out before we ruin Miss Meadows' day further.
You're not ruining my day in this.
Well, we have things to do and places to be, apparently.
Right. Let us.
You get anything to smoke, dear? Nora, dear?
Yeah, after that, I'm definitely really gonna need it. You got
Alright.
anything?
Take care of that.
Yes. Are you thinking something along the magical lines or something more along the herbalist lines? I've got both.
Just anything that could make me feel a certain type of way, you know what I mean? I've had a long few weeks. And I'm tired.
I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you're looking for. Hold on. And she's going to sort through the apothecary drawers again. Let me see. Excellent. Are we thinking more like calming the nerves or more like amping them up? What's the vibe? What's your vibe, dear?
Calming the nerves. I think that's what I need.
So she's holding two hands out in front of you and holds the one palm out. This would be skull cap. It's not overly magical. It's just a little bit calming. And I think you might need that. It's just a silver piece per dose. It's common. Or I could also ramp it one step up, and she'll pull out another blend. It looks to be a very bright blue type of round petals. This would be Blue Lotus. It's a bit less common, blended with a bit of valerian and mugwort. It'll take you out. Meta, it gives you a long rest in 4 hours, which is useless because you're an elf. But the other one, Skull Cap, removes the frightened status.
I'll take. You said it's 1 silver, right, per dose.
Yeah.
I will take.
And the Blue Lotus would be a gold per dose. Or actually, that one would be 10 gold per dose. I had the wrong thing written down.
For the skull cap?
The skull cap is common. That would be 1 silver per dose. And the Blue Lotus root would be 10 gold per dose. It's uncommon.
I'll take 5 doses of the skull cap.
Right
It
now.
seems like you'll need it. And she'll parcel it up for you. Now, I get my stock of herbs from Macaria Phalor over at Blue Lotus Herbs and Medicinals. So if you ever need more of that, you can go to her too.
Sweet.
Not that I would ever deprive myself of a visit from you.
I'm sure I'll be back.
Let's hope you are. And bring your little friend with you too. He seems interesting.
That's one way to describe him.
And I make excellent cookies if any of you would like to come back for tea. It's been a pleasure, all of you.
Yes.
And gives you a wave as you all are exiting. Come back soon. Are you guys like chasing after Aerie?
Yeah. We'll just go outside and I'll be like, don't forget to have that talk with him.
I was going to, but you don't need to force my hand in the middle of a store.
Well, you probably wouldn't have talked to him. How long were you going to keep up this ruse? The poor kid thinks you're his uncle.
Well,
Wasn't harming anyone. It was
Yes,
just a bit
one of the
of
best ways to
fun.
control him, honestly.
It was a bit of fun. And no offense, it wasn't your business, Eleanor. You should have let them figure it out.
Aerie would never have figured it out.
What do you think is gonna happen when I do tell him? You two are gonna have to watch him because he won't want anything to do with me, and goodness knows what trouble he'll get into.
Oh, I'm sure he'd forget about it by the next day.
Yes, exactly. He won't remember. And it's easy. I think we three can handle one little mischievous fae.
I don't know. He's quite the handful.
Well, that is true, but I don't think there's any need to throw in unnecessary deception.
In this case, he needs a little bit of guidance, so this deception is valid. And it's kind of funny.
I believe we can guide him from a place of honesty, truth.
Oh, you're so boring sometimes, Eleanor.
I don't think that's boring at all.
I hope that gets you everywhere you need to go in life, dear.
Of course, I'm not against fun. I'm all for fun, a little jest, but a long deception like this might mess with the poor boy's mind. Eventually, the truth will always come out, and he will never look at you the same. He may be gravely disappointed. It is best to put a rest to it now. It will
Well,
break his
it
heart
should-
the longer you drag it.
sure. It should have been put to rest, but on Valia's own time.
Nora, do you think I should
Time
tell
has
him
been-
now? You guys are going to have to
Oh
watch.
no, I think it's hilarious. You should keep letting him think
I
you're
don't
his own.
want to keep doing this for much longer. It is draining.
I think
Absolutely.
you'll have a clear mind. You'll be off your chest, and he'll forget about it, and be back to normal. And
Or he'll go into one of his weird psychosis states, and a new face comes out that we haven't seen, and maybe attack us all.
I don't think so.
Or that one I really, really like.
How you let him off gently? Maybe tell him you were trying to protect him. You're good at deceiving.
So just lie to him and tell him I was trying to protect him, and that's why I lied to him in the first place.
Okay, I can see why that wouldn't be a good suggestion. Why did you do it?
No. It might be a great suggestion because all I did was I was making a joke, and he took it seriously. So honestly, instead of saying that, it's probably
Wait,
better
hold
just
on
to.
a second. He likes practical jokes, and you know he loves tricking people. He might think this is fun, actually, that you were able to trick him for so long.
I don't know, DM. Does Valia think that he would think that was actually kind of fun or neat or absolutely? I don't know.
I don't know. Do you think that?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
I can't tell you what Aerie thinks.
Well, just think. He pretends to be Mr. Mustache sometimes and trick people that he's an old man, and he takes great pleasure in doing it. So I I think if you explained to him that it was a practical joke, then you realize that you were doing what he does.
All right, how about this? We have to do this next mission very well in order to stay on with the guild, and we can't afford any fallouts or mishaps or whatever. How about after this next mission, I will break the news to him after we've hopefully done everything successfully, and we won't have a loose cannon for an Airy on our team.
Good
I
point.
suppose you just
I
better
guess
hope he doesn't ask you any of those questions again.
I will handle it. I always do.
Okay.
It would help if I didn't have people pushing him, though.
Oh, well, look. I didn't know your motives. I was wondering why you would tell him such a thing. I didn't know it was just, but,
Well, next time you can just come and ask me, you know.
well, I couldn't resist a bit of fun in the meantime.
Yes, well, let's hope your fun doesn't blow up our next mission. All right, well, then it's decided. We will all pretend until the end of the mission, and then we will tell him.
Right. Things like this, what? I'll go along with it.
Very well.
Hey, Ari, where did you go?
Yeah.
Ari has taken off down the street, and he is presently doing what I texted you.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Mhm.
Maybe.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay. Okay.
But he's currently run off probably to find friends at this point.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and roll that for me.
Okay.
As a heads up, it is
That's
getting
gonna be-
late, so
That is a charisma save.
I have to wake up at like 6 tomorrow.
Yes, I'm thinking after this might be a good place to ramp up.
Probably.
can I send my letter and then just because I want to get that done? The letter that Marisol is sending to Tally.
Yes. Yes, you may.
Wait, are you Marisol too? I forget. There's so many people trying to be Uncle Nilo.
Yeah. So funny.
Ari, as you run out the door, your mind is racing and racing, and everything goes dark. You sense this dim light against your eyelid. A tick at your boot takes you awake. This red tiefling grins at you with these fangs and bright pupilless gold eyes. Shakes his head. You dozing off again. I guess I'll be keeping first watch tonight, eh? You see on the other side of a campfire, a golden-haired girl stops strumming her lute and looks at you a bit askance with very soft concern, not quite pity, in her eyes. She kind of scoots a little closer to you. We're close. I can feel it. We're going to find him, Arian. I promise. Okay? And as she locks eyes with you, the smile fades. The campfire dims. The crackling stops. And there's silence. There's dark. And where do you think you wake up? You shifted into Arian. Where would Arian go?
Is Arian familiar with Singorn at all?
No.
No.
Arian just woke up in the middle of this thoroughfare. It's not very busy. You hear this quiet elven song that you don't quite understand. Surrounded by elves and shops, you don't know where you are, you don't know how you got here. You're alone.
He keeps running, and he won't stop until he finds somewhere green, somewhere colorful,
Okay.
somewhere with floral.
You said Solus said, "Don't worry, Arian, we'll find him."
Not that you know.
I know. He's
you know
talking,
what it means.
to Arian. That's interesting.
Okay. So let me see. You are at the Trinkets Tronkets. I'd say you probably end up around what's closest. You probably end up towards the Temple of the Archheart. It's very green, and there's some gardens that surround some beautiful sculptures of different elven saints. It's not familiar, but it's green and it's quiet.
He finds one of the fountains there or something like that and kind of tucks himself away into an unseen corner away from prying eyes and just kind of sits out of the crowd, away from people, closed in by as familiar as greenery like this can be.
As you post up near this fountain, it's very still water, small ponds that surround it. You catch a bit of a reflection in one of the ponds in the fountain. You see shifting in the ripples these cracks across your face, down your neck. You look down at your hands, cracks all along them, up your arms. Doesn't feel good.
I want out. I don't want to be here. I want out. I want to be here. I want out. And he starts to hyperventilate while he's there.
And you'll probably remain as Arian, sitting here in this garden for the better part of an hour, maybe 2. You can't really tell how long it's been until everything goes dark. And I think that's as good a place as any to wrap up.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, it's been fun, guys. Woo!
Nice.
Go ahead and wrap up the stream.
Nice.
Fun, guys. Fun times, guys.